gentlemen, let's go. We ain't got no time to waste. Let's go. You are now listening to Jason Anderson, and you are in the zone.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
And it's got so many cool applications, and it's, like you said, launched on Wednesday, so there's so much going on right now, and so many different things that you can do to create your sports content the way you see it, the way you like it.
What if I wanted to show my hoo-ha? Could I do that?
You're in the zone on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
All right, a Thursday edition of The Zone right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Todd Lebo, and Drake. We head up until 2 o'clock. We've got you for the next 4 hours. A lot of stuff to get into and talk about today. We got some Royals news and conversations around that. A lot of Chiefs talk and discussions around that with the OTAs wrapping up yesterday, and Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Donovan Smith, and Nick Bolton at the podium yesterday. So we will talk about some of the things we heard from the particular Chiefs yesterday and some of the reactions and fallout from some rule changes as Andy Reid weighing in on that yesterday. We'll talk some NBA playoffs. Game 5 coming up tonight right here on Sports Radio 810. The news out of Boston is that Gabe Vincent, starter for the Miami Heat, big player in the series so far, is ruled out for tonight's game. And he will not play in Game 5.
He had a big night in Game 3.
He had, 29?
Yeah.
29 or 30, something like that? I don't think he got to 30.
The series is on now.
It is. You know what, as they say, I said yesterday that if the Lakers had won on Monday night, it wouldn't have mattered because it would have just been delaying the inevitable. But I think you can make a case that overall team, Celtics are better. I mean, they're the number 2 seed. Heat are the number 8. The playoffs, the Celtics have not been good at home. It's 3-1. It's more of a series with the Celtics and Heat being 3-1 than it would have even been close to with Nuggets and Lakers. And now with Gabe Vincent out, Celtics may have figured some things out in the second half of Game 4. What do they do in Game 5? We'll find out.
Well, they can't lose because it's over. So
it is a must-win game for the Celtics. It is in the literal definition of must-win game, not one of those proverbial figurative must-win games. It is it's an elimination game for the Boston Celtics. You know they're undefeated in the playoffs so far in elimination games.
There you go. 2-0, maybe?
Isn't that great? I think they're 3-0 now.
3 because they had to beat the Sixers twice.
Yes,
right?
I think they're now 3-0. But yeah, if you're still playing in the playoffs, you're probably
amazing
undefeated.
how bad they've been at home, though.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. We'll see if they can turn it around
And
tonight.
you feel bad for the fans who spent lots of money to go to those games. You take the kid, we're going to go.
Well,
It's game 2 or something.
There's one fan base I've always felt bad for. It's Boston.
Yeah.
It's Boston fan base. Man. Can they just find some success there?
In any way.
In Boston, I feel bad for them. Maybe one day. Maybe one day they'll figure that whole sports thing and success out.
They did have a monstrous failure in the NHL this year. That was awesome.
Yeah,
did you feel bad for them in that?
I did not. I did not feel bad for them. Because they have the Red Sox, although they're trailing in the division behind.
Patriots are falling apart. If the Celtics blow this, could be looking at a banner year for failure in Boston.
Great.
Like the old days.
Yes, let's do it. Let's keep rolling on that. 913-912-4810, that's the news out of the NBA. We'll talk with Craig Stout coming up at 11 o'clock, KC Sports Network, KC Laboratory Podcast. We'll get his thoughts on the rule change, but also the Chiefs and their roster construction. No fullback on this Chiefs team. And he has a series at KC Sports Network that he's writing about with Andy Heck. I think he's 2 different pieces in on the series about the different ways and techniques of what they look for from offensive linemen and how they go about doing that, how it relates to the particular players they have on the depth for the offensive line right now, with Donovan Smith coming in, with Wanya Morris being drafted. So a couple of newcomers, along with Jawan Taylor being the big free agent signing. So you've got 3 new guys that can play the tackle position, and you've got a really solid group from guard to guard and a lot of questions. And so, interesting piece at KC Sports Network. Go check that out. We'll talk with Craig Stout, who is on piece number 2 of a series of looking at Andy Heck and the different techniques and blocking schemes and things like that. If you are a if you are a
O-line
football fan,
Yeah.
a football nerd, an O-line nerd, it's a fun thing to read. So we'll go check that out. We'll talk to him about some of those things and, the tackle spot for the Chiefs, which has been a big conversation piece for this offseason. We'll talk with Matt Tate, formerly of KUSports.com and Lawrence Journal World, now with Perpetual Sports Network and moving over and writing some more feature pieces, still covering the Kansas Jayhawks. Also part of the Mass Street collective that's there. So it's kind of a teamwork sort of thing, a joining of two things. He'll explain more of what he's going to be doing at noon.
There's a lot of this kind of a new age of what journalism is turning into.
Yes, and so it's sort of in line with KU to a degree, but it's also still storytelling and covering the team. So we'll talk with Matt Tate about the new gig, but also about the number one team in the land preseason right now, and I can't imagine a team would surpass them because I don't see a transfer on the market that would change drastically a team that's near KU to then surpass them. When KU gets McCullough back, they've got Dickinson. We know about DeJuan Harris and KJ Adams returning. They've got a number of guys that left in the transfer portal, but they've got a few guys coming in as well. Timberlake can shoot the lights out of the basketball, so we'll talk with him about what this KU team looks like this season as Joe Lunardi's number one overall seed right now in the bracketology as of May 25th.
God, where
It's
they're
a big
playing.
deal. Big deal. I don't even know what the sites are, pods and sites. I don't even know where the Final Four is. Where is the Final Four this year? Is it in like Atlanta?
Indy? Back to Indy, maybe?
I'd be fine if it was in Indianapolis, as long as it's not in Houston again, which it was this last year, but whatever.
Hey, we had a great time.
We did have a good time in Houston. I you know what? If I was covering the games, I would be a little more annoyed at being in Houston. But didn't have to cover the games.
No, we were just right downtown. It was
went
great.
downtown, walked there, and saw a lot of people that had no idea the Final Four was there.
We circled the baseball stadium an entire 1.5 times around trying to sneak in. They wouldn't allow it.
Would not allow us to get in. Nobody, not one security guard would allow us to walk in. We had
My daughter left her phone.
My daughter's phone
We'll
is
bring
in
someone
there.
over you.
We'll bring somebody over and let us know where it's at. My wife, another security guard, my wife left her purse. Another security guard. We were just walking with the crowd as we were like, hey. What, man? No. We're just
Phoenix is the Final
Is it Phoenix?
Four, yeah.
Okay.
So make your
Phoenix and
statement
Final
right now where the Jayhawks going to be. Brooklyn, Charlotte, Indianapolis, Omaha. Write it down.
They'll be in Omaha. They'll be in Omaha. Where are the regional sites?
The regionals are Boston, Dallas, Detroit, L.A. Dallas
or Detroit?
Yeah, that's the South region. Midwest is Detroit.
Dallas. He was born in Detroit.
Make your plans right now. Omaha is a Saturday. There you go.
There you go.
Done.
Thursday, Saturday. So Thursday. Well, I mean, I was gonna say like 7:57 tip Central Time, but we saw KU as a one seed. Got the early one. Typically, it's like waiting around till 9 o'clock at night to watch KU play when they're the one seed. But we'll see. Lunardi has them as the overall number one. We'll talk with Matt Tate, have him break down that bracket. We'll go through matchup by matchup. But yeah, that's those are the views and the expectation of KU this year. So we'll talk with Matt Tate about that. And then Sports or Leisure at 1 o'clock, presented by Johnny's Tavern. We'll have some fun. Lebo will have the leisure like he did last week. And so, and I'll go ahead and take care of the sports this week, I guess. So
do the sports?
I'll go and do
you
that.
Do the sports.
I'll take care of that. Not a big deal. So we'll do that in the 1 o'clock hour. 913-912-4810 is the text line. 913-912-4810 text line to join us to be a part of the show. The plan was to start with Chiefs. That was the plan. And we'll still get into it. I think most of this hour, and certainly when we talk to Craig Stott at 11 o'clock, will be Chiefs. But I did want to at least start with the Royals news that they tweeted out about 9:46 that the Royals have made a roster move. They have optioned Nate Eaton to AAA Omaha, and they will have a corresponding roster move tomorrow.
Because they don't have to do anything today.
They are off today. There's no game. The expectation is that, you would assume, is Drew Waters, who has been crushing the baseball in Omaha, and there's a game tonight for Omaha. I would guess he wouldn't be in the lineup. Do you want to have him? Maybe you want to have him play one more game, or maybe you want to have him get a rest, come down here, a little travel day, get acclimated a little bit, get to Kansas City, sleep in a hotel room, wake up, then get out to the ballpark instead of playing tonight for Omaha. Are they in? Might even be in like St. Charles. I don't even know if they're home or not. So I don't expect him to play tonight. I would guess he might already be on his way to Kansas City right now with Drew Waters. And so I'm here for it. I'm excited about it. Yesterday I talked about that I don't think there's really anything else he needs to prove. They have made the move with Dozier when Nicky Lopez was ready. Now Drew Waters is ready. They have essentially, once they make the move that Drew Waters will be recalled from Omaha and done with his rehab assignment, and I believe he'll be starting center field on Friday night for the Royals against the Washington Nationals. Once they make that move, this week they would have essentially traded out Dozier and Nate Eaton for Nicky Lopez and Drew Waters. It's a much better team when you just exchange those couple of guys. Not mattering record-wise, they're 15-36. It's not that they are going to make the playoffs, but it is another piece to the puzzle of an evaluation of what you have this year. If Drew Waters comes up and continues to hit, no way he continues to hit like he's been doing down in AAA. He's got over 1,000 OPS, and in the last 7 games, he's got a 1.644 OPS. He ain't going to do that in Major League Baseball. But if he can hold his own and show that, he's got translatable tools of why he was drafted where he was, why the Chiefs traded for, or the Royals traded for him and gave up that comp pick. If he can show some of those things with the bat, with the ability to run, play some defense, not saying the Royals have a center fielder, but you would feel like moving forward, the Royals at least have an outfielder. They would have one of the 3 spots that you'd feel good about moving forward if Drew Waters can do some of the things that he has been talked about with the ability to do with the different tools that he has and just simply destroying pitching in AAA right now. If you can do that, you'd feel like in an evaluation year, Todd, they would at least have an outfielder you feel good about moving forward.
Well,
whether or not
a good
it's
long
center
time
fielder.
to look at him too. They're up in St. Paul is where they are.
Okay, so
and they play. I mean, they're 6-game series now. That's how they do it.
I can't imagine they would have him play tonight in St. Paul and
They'll
then
probably
have
come
him
down here and get acclimated or whatever. I was out at the ballpark last night covering the game, and there's still some good things to like about this team. They fought till the end of the game. They kept trying and scrapping and getting runs, and I thought it was a little interesting after the game. All managers are different on how long they take to get in to the room afterwards. Q was in there quick last night. I mean, I watched the game. I sat down in the seats with a buddy of mine, and so I had walked up the stairs and then walked down the stairs, and I actually got down to the interview room before most of the media got down to the elevator. So I was in there pretty quick, and I said, I'm going to go take a leak real quick. There's a bathroom right there.
Nice.
And so I'm in
tinkle.
there.
Take a tinkle.
Took a tinkle.
Take a tinkle.
I go in there and take a tinkle. I walk out, and I'm like, Q is walking in.
Wow.
I'm like, woof. I barely got back in the room. So he was in there real quick. And so we go in there, and we talk to Greinke and Vinny, and I look over, and Q walks through, and he goes over to Nate Eaton and says, I got to talk to you. And I said to myself right then, I think Nate Eaton's
probably getting
last day
option
in the major leagues right now is now. And I didn't hang around to go watch him clean his locker out. But I had a feeling that there were some things afoot last night with the quickness that he got in there. And, Drew Waters, the first day that Seren and I got to spring training, which was February 18th or something.
Was it before any games were even played, right?
Before games.
Before
and
games,
he had gotten hurt.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the first things we talked with him about was, how long is he going to be out? And it was like, it's like a 6-week thing. And, and you start thinking, well, that's going to get the beginning of the season in jeopardy. And it's been quite a while now. He's had rehab and a little setback and all that stuff. They think he's there now. I thought when he came up last year that he looked rejuvenated. He was in a new spot where he was going to have a new life, right? Because he was a really highly rated prospect, but he got jumped in Atlanta. They had a lot of good players. And I thought he looked like someone who was going to make the most of his opportunity. It was very disappointing for him. Listen, this team has been bad. But this team expected Drew Waters to be playing every day, not having Nate Eaton up at 050.
Yeah.
Listen, Nate Eaton's a nice kid, but I couldn't. I'm a nice person. I don't think I could hit 050 in the major leagues.
Right.
But they've had these injuries with their pitchers and kind of all the different things that have happened. This has been a tough go for them. They thought Drew Waters was going to be the guy who plays 150 games in the outfield for him. And hopefully he will come up here, and we assume it's him. I'd be shocked if it's not.
I mean, how could it not be him? I mean, is it going to be Samad Taylor? Dyron Blanco. That would be quite the shock if they make this move and
he's
it's not
healthy.
Drew Waters.
Things are going well. It's time for him to get back up here. He had some nice
Crushing.
moments last year, honestly.
Yeah.
in his time with the big league. So I'll start maybe judging this lineup a little bit more as they get the pieces who they thought were going to be their pieces back in here. And this is a pretty big piece. This is not someone who's like, oh, this is our scrappy 8-hole hitter. This is someone who should be in the middle of their lineup.
You would have, out of the players in the lineup, you would have Bobby Witt, MJ Melendez, Nick Pratto, Michael Massey, Michael Garcia, Drew Waters, Salvi, Vinny. How did I forget Vinny? And then who am I missing here? Oh, Edward Olivares.
Mm-hmm.
So you can slide Olivares out. He's more of a DH that has to play the field. I'm not sure he's a part of the overall future plans. I think he might be a depth piece. He might be a trade piece. He might be somebody that you package with somebody else that a team may need a bat off the bench or something at the trade deadline. But you've got a lineup with 8 of the 9 spots are guys that you feel like are at least in some way, shape, or form a part of this next Royals wave plan. Wave 1 with the team that won the World Series. Wave 2 when Dayton didn't correctly assess his own team and thought with Merrifield and Dozier and Salvi and some other veterans you bring in can sort of get back to competing. That didn't work. Scrap that. Start over a little bit again. And now this sort of wave of players that you'll have 8 of 9 with Garcia up and playing essentially every day. And I would guess Drew Waters is going to play every day.
And I think Drew Waters is important for J.J. Piccolo because, he was the general manager before they ended up firing Dayton Moore. He was the GM. But the move that they made to bring him in by trading a compensatory draft
pick.
That I think that kind of felt like kind of JJ's maybe not his first, but one of his first.
It
felt
Rays-y.
Yeah,
it felt like, hey, they talk about being more transactional. That's pretty transactional.
Well, this is someone. I mean, not like he's in trouble or anything like that, but these guys care about the people they pick and the people they trade for. Like they're all part of their permanent record. This is going in your file. So I think Drew Waters is someone who's like kind of the beginning of JJ's permanent file, really, because that trade happened before the draft, right?
Yes,
and because they had to pick, otherwise they'd have picked someone. So this kind of like feels like the beginning of it for me, like maybe the start of.
They made that trade on July 11th. July 11th of 2022 is when the Royals made that trade. And now the draft is in late July. So it used to be in June and during the College World Series and everything. And teams weren't a big fan of that.
And then someone hurts themselves.
Yes, teams weren't a fan of that and everything. So they've moved the draft back to make it more of a primetime event, more of a midsummer thing.
And it makes more sense with especially the arms that are playing in the College World Series.
And also like how when you go through negotiations and everything with the, there's slots, but you can sign above slot, below slot. When you go through all of those things, how much time were you really getting, even if it was an early June draft, how much time were you getting with that guy on the field in that first quote-unquote year of professional ball? It was really half a year or less than that when you go through negotiations. So it's like, what are you really losing by moving it back another month to make sure you get a better idea of what these players can do and what they look like? And college ball is over, maybe a little bit more of an assessment, a combine and things like that, and then made for TV event. And then, they'll be there in fall ball and
start their
Arizona
professional career.
and
but
do that stuff.
I just feel like that trade was different.
Yeah,
because you used to not be able to trade draft picks, and then said you could do this, and they went out and they traded a comp pick for someone who they identified, and he was on the big league team last year, got his chance, and then he got hurt. So this feels like an important guy for like the J.J. Piccolo era, I guess, who's not a draft pick of theirs, but you kind of could consider him a draft pick since you traded a draft pick for him. It was a different kind of a trade than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and I'm looking, he rose as high as number 30 in the overall top 100 prospects in all of baseball before the Royals traded for him. So he got as high as number 30, and he was a guy that he was a second-round pick signed for $1.5 million by the Braves in 2017. But we know he's got like the tools. He's got the ability to do all these different things. And he came up last year. I mean, he came up and held his own in 30 games. I mean, his batting average was a little low, but his on-base percentage was almost 100 points higher than his batting average. And in the 32 games he played, and obviously you're not going to say the way that he played in those 30 games, you can just expand that out to 162, and he's going to play every single game for 162. But the 162 game average of what he did in those 30 games, if that makes sense, would be somebody that would hit 25 home runs and hit 30 doubles as a 23-year-old.
Yeah, they'd take that.
And someone that got on base at 324, batted 240, but OPS to over 800. OPS plus at 124. He was 24% better than the average major leaguer in batting. So he had 12 of his 23 hits were extra base hits last year.
Yeah.
In
So
the
I think
32 games he played.
I think they really feel like he was going to be an important part this year of what they're doing. And now it looks like we're probably going to get to see him Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
And they started this season in March. So
Right, yeah. But again, that little setback that happened, so then they had to stop the rehab assignment. And
I've never hurt my oblique. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Mondesi's oblique was like,
Don't
2
say that
months. I
name.
mean, sorry. Obliques
You
seem
mean
to be
6
the
years or
worst,
whatever.
man.
Well, he did shoulder too. He did them all.
Yeah, I know. Obliques seem to be
Mondesi
the
played.
worst.
I haven't checked that in a while.
I haven't either, actually. I have no idea if he's played. He's probably
he was
got
hurt again.
He's probably got like 15 stolen bases or something. No, I mean, maybe if he has 15 at bats, I'd be shocked. I have 15 stolen bases. Remember, I was so stupid last year with the ZOUs that I had the over with Mondesi stolen bases. So dumb. I deserved.
Why'd
to buy
you
lunch.
do that?
I deserved to buy lunch when I did that one. That one specifically, like over stolen bases, and I think it was like 40. It was so stupid.
Yeah, he hadn't played this year, so.
Oh, shocker. That's surprising. So there's the news. Nate Eaton is out, and I'm okay with it. I know people were talking about, is it Nate Eaton or is it Jackie Bradley Jr.? No. It would be Nate Eaton that has to go. That needs to go back down to AAA, get him more at-bats, figure out what's going on at the plate, let him continue to play some defense. And right now, the backup center fielder is Jackie Bradley Jr., and he plays a pretty sweet center field. He's top 5 in Major League Baseball as a center fielder in almost every defensive category, higher than top 3, top 2 in some, but top 5 in almost every single defensive category for Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field. So Drew Waters should be an everyday center fielder, and then backup Jackie Bradley Jr., and at least when Jackie Bradley Jr. is in there, he may not give you much at the plate, but you know you're going to get an awesome center field. In the outfield, hopefully Drew Waters can play some pretty good defense in center field or wherever they may put him, because even with Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field, the Royals are the 25th team in defensive runs saved from their outfield. They rank 25th. They have not had good outfield defense, and that's what happens when your corners are Edward Olivares and MJ Melendez. You're not going to get good defense, even with Jackie Bradley Jr. doing what he's doing in center field. All right, so that's the news. Hopefully tomorrow night we see Drew Waters in center field, and hopefully he can continue what he did last year. And I'm not even saying continue what he's doing in Omaha, because, again, the last 7 games for Drew Waters, the last 7 games in Omaha, he's batting .533 and getting on base at .611 with a 1.033 OPS. And in those 7 games, he's got 5 doubles and 2 triples and 2 home runs. And he's got 8 strikeouts and 6 walks in those 7 games. So it's not exactly like he's just out there swinging away. He's also taken some walks. Last night was 1 for 3 with 2 walks, and hopefully his final game for Omaha. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Let's talk some Chiefs. We'll talk about the fullback. We'll talk about the kickoff rule. We'll talk about the connection. Fullback? Kickoffs? Kickoffs? What are you talking about? Kickoffs? We'll do that. The connection between fullback and kickoffs, and then the right tackle, left tackle conundrum and how it relates to today's NFL. We'll get into some of those things. Again, we'll talk with Craig Stout, 11 o'clock, Matt Tate at noon, Sports or Leisure, 1 o'clock, more Zone next.
Take the show with you by listening live on 810 WA.
we'll talk with Craig Stout, KC Sports Network, coming up at 11 o'clock. Also, I thought it was interesting, the Athletic Football Show. Josh isn't here, so somebody's got to talk about the Athletic Football Show on the podcast. They do their Monday mailbag, and I haven't talked about it yet, but on the Monday mailbag, one of the questions was, how many bottom teams in the NFL would you have to combine to get a Chiefs, to compete with the Chiefs? And they came up with three. Came up with the three teams. They picked Tennessee, Houston, and Arizona.
Like non-playoffy teams?
Yeah,
Did
so
you
it's
put
got
them
to be like
together?
your worst the three teams near the bottom of like the Vegas over-under win totals this year. So you can't pick like how many teams? Buffalo and this team, and there you
Did
go.
you get a quarterback on those three teams? I don't know if you did.
So what
is Kyler healthy?
Because they're like, it's hard. These teams that are at the bottom typically aren't going to have a quarterback. So if
Right.
we're choosing between
Well, the
those.
Titans have three, right?
Yeah, so they chose. They both came up with Titans and Texans were the two that were their first two that they combined. Essentially, the Titans defense and the Texans offensive line. So they're like, okay,
Well, they get C.J. Stroud.
we've got
too,
a
right?
we
Young
got a pretty
quarterback.
good start, and then they Robert Mays, I think, chose Arizona because he chose their skill position
You want
players, those
DeAndre
wide
Hopkins 'cause
receivers.
He's still there for now.
Yes, so he chose their wide receivers, and Nate Tice chose the Raiders and their wide receivers. And he's like, well, it'll give me a choice of, I could have Stroud. I'd probably go Tannehill, but I could also have Garoppolo there. I mean, he got to a Super Bowl. So if I've got Tennessee's defense, Houston's offensive line, and the Raiders' skill position players, he's
got
like,
something?
I feel like I can compete with the Chiefs then. They both ultimately chose Tannehill as their quarterback because you can only have those three teams to choose from.
Because why not?
But they're like, I think it takes three of these bottom teams combining the entire rosters to get a Chiefs, which is showing you not just Patrick Mahomes, but it also shows you sort of the construction of what the Chiefs are, even with people talking about how lackluster the wide receiver group is. So,
Well,
thought that
I'd
was
say what
interesting.
I don't think this wide receiver group is going to be lackluster.
don't
I
either.
think they have a lot of bodies out there, and we're just watching OTAs, but they have some true upside on a lot of their skill position players. Now, listen, people want to get DeAndre Hopkins, and I just don't think that makes any sense for the Chiefs, especially when they're trying to make sure Chris Jones is happy and all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all that. They just won the Super Bowl with this group plus Juju. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now they've added a couple other guys. Rashee Rice will be a rookie, but Sky Moore will have another year in it. MVS will have another year in it. And you heard Andy yesterday talking about the Rosses.
yeah, right.
Justin and John, one of those guys, maybe both those guys, will be a part. I mean, they've got, I think, some optimism at that position. This is not some dregs of the league
Yeah.
playing wide receiver for the Chiefs.
Exactly, and I think there are some wide receiver groups that will rank ahead of the Chiefs, but how many of those wide receiver groups would then have a tight end like Kelsey? So if you're just looking at skill position players that you would look at tight end and wide receivers, Chiefs are probably ranked pretty high when you add all of those players because you've got a guy who is a tight end, but he's ultimately just a playmaker.
And they
a
have
weapon.
so many tight ends that they don't need a fullback anymore.
That's exactly right. They do not. Let's hear from. So the new. I think there's a connection between the fullback and the kickoff rule. Let's hear. Let's play the Pat McAfee clip. This is from the Pat McAfee show. This was the day that the owners' meeting was going on, and they were voting on the Thursday night football. They were voting on the kickoff rule. They were voting on the third quarterback being eligible on game day, things like that. Here's Pat McAfee, special teamer, punter, weighing in on what he was hearing. This is before they ultimately approved it, and his opinion on the new touchback rule or kickoff rule that you can fair catch it anywhere inside the 25-yard line and you get it at the 25.
So I was being told by people behind the scenes, not only at that particular position, special teams coordinators, which I'm friends with, like 7 of them who actually, I keep in contact with. Head coaches GMs don't like this.
Nope.
Nobody really likes this rule potentially being an NFL rule, which would be a fair catch on a kickoff going to the 25-yard line. It's the most amateur Bush League looking bullshit I have seen in a long time when it comes to the NFL. I know there is a strike zone that was put into football so that there couldn't be any more head-hunting shots. I understand that they changed some rules so kickoffs can't have as many people back, so there isn't as big of a run-up so that we can save people's brains. And a lot of people say, this isn't football anymore. It still is. There's still big shots. There's still entertainment. There's still speed. There's everything good. This particular rule is absolute garbage. This is disgusting.
So dumb.
It is not. This is not what football is, okay? You think about the kickoff, it's like one of the greatest things of football. It is. It starts the game, obviously, but it's also one ball, 11, let's go. Let's try to get as much as possible. Let's make incredible plays to tackle. Them thinking about putting this bullshit in is alarming. And I guess it's just the competition committee that's in on it. Nobody at the NFL level who has been around professional football or professional humans in special teams that have jobs because of kickoff coverage and kickoff return and everything and strategy that can play into that whole thing want this rule. So I hate it, AJ.
I think it happened. I think the last part of that is where maybe the passion is coming from Pat McAfee. I like Pat McAfee. I think there was contradictory statements there when he talked about the strike zone being implemented for the defense, so there's no headhunting, and people saying, well, this isn't football anymore. He's like, no, that's football. That's still football. You take away the kickoff. Now you're taking away the essence of football. When you think of football, you think of the kickoff. I don't know anybody, if you say, picture the first thing that comes to your mind of football, thinks of a kickoff.
No, they don't. But they are. His point is valid on the way the play happens, right? Because on punts, it's the same thing, but they've always fair caught punts.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
right.
so this, you're down there, and there's maybe nothing as scary as thinking about, okay, I'm going to catch this ball at the 5-yard line, and now I have to run forward, and their 11 dudes are screaming down at me. And the other side of it is these are 11 guys who this is how they earn their living. Many of them aren't guys who can do something else. This is their time to shine. They get like 4 of these a game. They get to go do something. It is I've always thought a very entertaining play. Mm-hmm. And I get the health part of it. They're trying to protect themselves from themselves. That's what this is. If you're going to take billions of dollars on settlements because of concussions and things like that, and you get this data that says, if we take this particular play out, this is where a lot of these collisions happen, it's going to help you, then they're trying to save themselves from themselves. Because you can tell guys, hey, don't go down there. And, they took away the wedge. They took away a lot of these things. They still want to go there and light someone up. Mm-hmm. You've made it to this level. You're not going to go down there and just push someone down. This is what you do. You need to go hunt someone up who you don't like, and you try to block them and all that. So I get that part of it. But Dave Toub, I've honestly said in the Patrick Mahomes era, just kick it off through the end zone.
Kick it through the end
because
zone,
it's safer for your team. You're not going to get a long return on you. Your offense is good. Every yard doesn't count the way it does for many teams. But they get bored, and they want to kick it. And this is what Harrison Butker practices when he's not practicing field goals. Can I kick the ball with a hang time of X and land the ball at the 1-yard line where they have to run it back? So they're just taking that out now. You're basically he's just going to learn to kick the ball all the way through the end zone every time, no matter how hard the wind is. The only thing that will be the expertise that you can do at this point is if you could really learn to do a proper squib. And this will be a lofted squib where it's more of a line drive. Can you plug the gap or something? Think about that when you're like on a baseball field or something. Can you hammer the ball and make it hit the ground at the 20? That's what maybe that will be in a more exciting play. It could be, because then the ball could bounce around and you can recover it. Maybe they'll change the game that way. But I want to see those plays. I don't like watching touchbacks unless it's for the Chiefs and you're like, all right, no one's going to run it back on you. The worst thing that could happen to you is a kick return for touchdown. Eliminate it.
I'm in the minority on this one, and I know I am. I'm perfectly fine with it. I don't when I watch college football, it doesn't take away my enjoyment that they've been able to, call for a fair catch. And I think if teams start doing the squib, Todd, it's going to make a lot of other people mad, because I think the next step will be you can squib it, you can actually down it inside the 25-yard line, and it'll go to the 25, because college has that.
It'll take them a year to catch up to it.
Yeah. So once they moved it to the 25 on a touchback, this was the next progression for kickoffs. I don't know what the next progression for kickoffs will be. I think
put it 5 more yards back and make it harder for them. Yeah. But they don't want the collisions. That's what they're
exactly
saying. That's the data that comes out.
Now, there's slippery slope arguments that I think typically don't end up being slippery slopes. This is one to where I do wonder what the future of the kickoff will be, if we will get to a point to where it'll just be at the 25-yard line, the next team starts. There's some strategy to it, certainly. I get that. But I haven't changed my, enjoyment of watching college football with them being able to fair catch it and get it at the 25. It won't change my enjoyment of NFL football by fair catching it and getting it to
They're
25.
not taking the forward pass away.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And you know, and again, I like Pat McAfee, but when he's like, it's the essence of football. There's one ball, it's 11 on 11. Every single play is one ball and 11
It is
on
different, though,
11.
because the ball is up in the
Agreed.
air.
It's
and-
just running. It feels
Yeah.
like the old school Oklahoma drill. Like,
Yeah,
this
you
is football. You just get the ball
Yeah.
and run and hit each other. That's what you're going to do. Just run and collide. And they try to make it as safe as possible. It is not a safe sport, but can you make it as safe as possible on the field of play?
And their data shows them these plays are dangerous.
Yeah,
so.
they are, and it won't affect my enjoyment of the game at all. I think it'll actually benefit the Chiefs because
Well, we know this. Teams will work their way around it.
Well,
That's
yeah.
They put the shift in, illegal shift in baseball.
Yeah.
And they're working around
They're
it.
working around
They're
it,
doing
yeah.
other things. So Dave Toe is right now thinking, what can we do to make this
I think it's actually more likely that
interesting, at least?
I think it's more likely people will return kicks that reach the end zone than return kicks that are between the 25 to the 1. And to me, that's because if you're kicking it, like you talked about with Butker, if you're kicking it from, landing it from the 5 to the 1 yard line, it's probably because it's got some loft under it. It's given the kickoff return team more time to
they're
get
down
down
there,
there.
yeah.
So if you're receiving it at the 1 yard line,
Listen, if you run it back, it's probably an element of surprise now, too. 'cause
It
people
might
just
be.
lull them into sleep.
but
you
if
know?
you're going to kick it 2 or 3 yards deep, that might be the line drive where a
That's 3
kickoff
more
return
yards
goes,
you've
okay,
got.
well, now I'm going to actually bring it out. Now I got a chance to get something because it's going to be a lower trajectory. Obviously, it's going to increase the fair catches and things like that with the teams, and I'm okay with that. I'm probably in the minority
you're
with
not going
that.
to turn the game off.
No, I'm not. I'm going to hope that they don't have the commercial break, kickoff commercial break. If a lot of these are now going to be touchbacks, I would appreciate them not doing that.
Right.
Because that's when the kickoff was a bigger part of it because there was some, you were always bringing the kick out and things like that. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. There's a correlation to me between the fullback and this kickoff rule. We'll hear Andy Reid weigh in on the fullback and look at what that position has been to the Chiefs. Looking at the last 4 years, the value of that position, what they brought to the team, and how diminished it is with the new kickoff rule. We'll do that next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
School's out for pretty much everybody. If you're not out yet or your kids aren't, they will be soon. That means KC is heating up with lots of great events, Royals games to big-time concerts. So many concerts this summer. When you need tickets, be sure to check out our friends at Tickets for Less. You shop online at ticketsforless.com or just check out the Tickets for Less app. Download it. If you don't have it on your phone yet, why not? They got all kinds of great savings on tickets. At Tickets for Less, you get transparent pricing, and you never pay ridiculous service fees like you do on other sites. Plus, you save even more when you use promo code 810 at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
Hey, Kansas, did you know that teamwork makes the dream work? Well, it's true. You just have to have a real big dream.
Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Finals coming up tonight. And, Western Conference Final, not Eastern Conference, because that was last night with the Western Conference. But tonight, last night with the Eastern Conference. Tonight's Western Conference with the Golden Knights with the 3-0 lead. Vegas over the Dallas Stars, much to the chagrin of Patrick Mahomes. But one of the guys that covers sports gaming has a picture of the books before the playoffs. And if you had Panthers over the Knights before the playoffs started, it was 150-1 if you pick Panthers to beat the Knights. And we'll see what happens.
The season. Oh, my God.
Yeah, no kidding. But even before the playoffs started, the exact winner over opponent for the Stanley Cup Championship or final is 150-1 if the Panthers are to beat the Knights. I would love to see somebody who had that ticket. You know, it's like, here's $100. Okay, well, here's $150 more $100. 913-912-4810. Let's hear Andy Reid weigh in on the fullback position as he was asked about the fullback, and then a very astute reporter had a follow-up with the fullback and the Chiefs not having one this year. And what do they do now?
So the tight ends can work into that spot. We know Noah can do all of that, and that's kind of where we went with it. We've got a number of tight ends that we feel comfortable with. So maybe you keep an extra tight end as opposed to that fullback.
On the fullback thing, you've had guys here, and that's been a staple of what you guys do. You mentioned that you have a lot of times that can do that. Could you see yourself ever going back to having a fullback, or is it a sea change for you to not have one on the roster?
Yeah, we normally don't have the number of tight ends that we've got here. So I would go back. I mean, that's not a problem. We liked what we had last year with it, but again, we were always, without the injuries, we were going to have to juggle that last year somehow. So the guys got banged up.
So the tight ends they've got 6 tight ends at OTAs right now: Kelsey, Gray, Bell, Fortson, and then Brantley and Bushman.
Yeah.
So they've got the is it Brantley? What was at with the Rams and then local guy?
The Mizzou guy?
Yeah. Why do I not remember his name? Doesn't matter.
Number 80 yesterday.
Yes, Bushman. So they've got the 6 there as opposed to a fullback. And I do wonder where the extra position is going to be, like the 53rd man, if that was a fullback before.
These guys have different body types for sure, because the fullbacks they've had like Sherm and Burton, they're not tall. I mean, they're a little more stocky. They don't have a short tight end. These are some big dudes.
Yeah.
You think, and Travis Kelce's 6'5", Blake Bell's like 6'5", Noah Gray's 6'3", 4", something like that. But Bushman's a big dude. I mean, Fortson's obviously like 6'6".
Blanton. Kendall Blanton, yes.
He's a big guy too. I mean,
he's 6'6".
Yeah, they're all. They don't look like your old fullbacks that they had running around.
Yeah,
Andy did not close the door.
Yeah, Gray is 6'3".
He's the short one.
Fortson 6'4". Kelsey and Bushman are 6'5", and then Bell and Blanton are 6'6".
Yeah, they're big dudes.
Yes, the killer bees, the Bell, Blanton, and Bushman.
Yeah,
those guys.
They don't look like Anthony Sherman or Michael Burton.
And when we think of the fullback and what the connection is with this new rule, I mean, how much were they aware that this rule was going to pass? Clark Hunt and being an owner of, hey, these are the things that are going to pass. Does this affect your drafting? Does it affect your 90-man roster for OTAs and training camp and things like that? Because the last 4 years of data, the fullback specifically, that being Anthony Sherman and Burton combined, 2 years of Sherman, 2 years of Burton, they have played 1,588 total snaps on the season. Offense, special teams, throw in defense, which didn't happen, but whatever. So 1,588 snaps. 75% of those were special teams.
Special teams, yeah.
And then this is where it gets kind of convoluted. 67% of the 75% special teams was just kickoff.
Right.
So 2/3 of all of the special teams reps they got were on 1/3 of the special teams that you would play. Kickoff, return, punt return, field goal, extra point. There are 6 different downs that you can get a snap in special teams, and 2/3 of all of the fullback snaps came on kickoff. Kickoff return, kickoff coverage. That's 4 years worth of data. And offensively, what are you losing if you take out the fullback of, well, you can lose a guy that can block for you. Okay. You lose that fullback dive. In those 4 years, Sherman and Burton combined for 20 carries and 50 yards and a touchdown and 11 targets, not even receptions, 11 targets that resulted in 49 yards and a touchdown. So 31 attempts / targets for 99 yards and 2 touchdowns over 4 years of having a fullback on the roster. So they kept 4 tight ends and a fullback. So if they're going to keep 4 tight ends again and no fullback, where does that position go to? Is that offensive line? They talk about how deep they are at wide receiver. Could they keep 7 wide receivers this year and have a smaller guy that goes down and covers kicks instead of a fullback? Because odds are you're not going to be covering kicks that often or even returning kicks that often. Is that an extra offensive lineman because they've got so many guys in different spots and protecting Patrick Mahomes? Like, I do wonder if they keep that on offense without the fullback, or do they keep Deneric Prince or another running back? Is it they keep 4 guys where it becomes Pacheco, McKinnon, Edwards-Helaire, and Prince, who everybody likes, that was a priority free agent after the draft. Do they keep those 4 guys? I am curious about that because if they've got 4 wide receivers right now on the roster that we know, MVS, Rashee Rice, Sky Moore, and Kadarius Toney. They've signed Richie James. They've signed Justin Watson. There's 2 more. That gives them 6. People love Justin Ross. John Ross is being talked about. Well, that would give them 8 if they went that route. So if Justin Ross were to make the team, that means either Richie James or Justin Watson would have to leave. Justin Watson does a lot of other special team stuff besides the kickoff coverage, kickoff return. He was a big part of that for Dave Toub. So if one of those guys makes the squad, who gets cut if they only keep 6? Or is it more important for them to go, look, we can't let this Justin Ross go in waivers. He ain't going to make it. He's not going to make it back to our practice squad. Depending on what he looks like in training camp, depending on what he looks like in preseason games and health and everything, it does give them the option of going a number of different routes on their team that they didn't have the option before
during the season.
They didn't have the option before. I mean, they had the fullback, and it was, we'd always wonder, like, why is it taking up so much of a spot?
You would say, here's the deal. Start your roster count. Fullback is here.
3 running backs and a fullback. There are your 4 guys in the backfield that they're going to keep. So do they stay with 4 guys in the backfield and just add another running back? Or because, it also would depend, I guess, on who they can sneak through waivers and who they can put on their practice squad and things like that.
We've said this for a few years in a row now. The Chiefs are going to cut players who play for other teams.
Yeah.
That's what their roster is now.
Yep.
And that wasn't the case 10 years ago.
NFL.com gave them the second most complete roster in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
And
they can't keep them all.
It's not weighted by quarterback. It's just simply here's the roster. Last year they were like 6th, and this year they're 2nd behind the Eagles.
I think last year, I mean, they have had a playoff roster without the quarterback for a long time, because we've seen Chad Henne or Matt Moore come in and win games against good teams and do things. They've got a lot. This is
Alex
Smith
won
roster.
2 divisions.
Yes.
Before the 7 in a row started, Alex Smith had the first 2.
Built this thing up, and they've got really good players all over the field now.
Yeah.
All over the field. And you have Patrick Mahomes, makes it so much better.
Exactly.
Because he makes all of those wide receivers better and the tight end better and the left tackle better.
Yeah, that's right.
All of those things.
And the right tackle better. All of it. Yeah, you're right. I'm fascinated to see what they end up doing because they are deep at wide receiver. They may not have that high-end premier guy, but they've got a lot of different choices. And I've always looked at it and said, like, I feel like the wide receiver group is set if they're going to keep 6. Well, without a fullback, they can keep 7, So they may not have to cut Richie James or Justin Watson if Justin Ross is that good and is proving to be that guy that everybody keeps talking about. So we'll find out. It's going to be fascinating because that fullback was so big a part of the kickoff return and kickoff coverage. Over 50% of all the fullback snaps in the last 4 years have been on
anymore.
kickoff.
It's flag football.
I know. Like, think about it. Over 50% of all the snaps for a fullback the last 4 years was on kickoff coverage or return. No longer needed, essentially. Thank you, Todd.
Yep.
We'll talk to you at 1 o'clock with Sports or Leisure. We talk with Craig Stout next.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected,
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB, The Zone presented by Google Fiber. 913-912-4810 text says, Justin Ross is that good. The question is, did he fully heal? Look, if he fully healed and he is that good that, Patrick Mahomes was talking about last year, Pat Mahomes, Daddy, was talking about last year, to the point that we had Cynthia Freeland on in the offseason over the summer last year, and she had mentioned a conversation she had with Pat Mahomes, and he was discussing how excited he was about Justin Ross because of the conversations he had with his son, Patrick, and his workouts with Justin Ross. So there was a lot of hype last year for Justin Ross. And then the injuries and, not the injuries, but the surgery to repair what was a previous surgery that didn't really do the trick. And if he's fully healthy, yeah, the Chiefs obviously like what he could do. And clearly Patrick Mahomes has talked about it and sees what type of talent is there. I don't buy into the John Ross conversation. I know it's nice to, in OTAs and say, wow, he's really fast. Look how fast he is. He's crazy fast. He's so fast. Yeah, the same reason the Bengals were like, yeah, he's so fast. Let's take him number 9. All right, number 10, Patrick Mahomes. Thank you for the teams that drafted everybody in front of the Chiefs with those 9 selections. We appreciate that. But, he's very fast. Okay, great. Does that mean you keep him on the team because of, punt returns? Certainly don't need it with kickoff returns. But punt returns? I mean, I don't see why he would be one of those 6/7 players based on punt returns. Yeah, okay, you can take a little bit off the plate of Kadarius Toney. But if we're really talking about players that have the best chance of making the squad after what seems to be the 6 wide receivers that are kind of on the inside looking out, kind of on the team that would have to lose a job, somebody else would have to steal that job, take another man's job, take a grown man's job like Isaiah Pacheco said last year. Again, if we just look at the wide receivers, there's 6 of them right now. There's 4 of them that are definitely on the squad. MVS, Kadarius Toney, Rashee Rice, and Sky Moore. You got 4 of what traditionally they keep 6 of. Richie James and Justin Watson. Well, there's 6 now. What are you doing? They could release Richie James or Justin Watson. Watson has more of a guaranteed deal with the Chiefs, where Richie James, you could save like $500,000 against the cap if you move on from him. I think it's a good signing with Richie James. I don't see that being the case. My guess would be if Justin Ross proves that he's good enough to make the squad and good enough to be on it, that might be the spot that you use for the fullback that no longer is on the team. That you've got an extra position player somewhere. What position is that going to be used? Or, not extra special teamer, you know what I mean, but an extra player that offensively, defensively, that will get more reps than just simply 50% of those being on kickoff and kickoff return, because that's what the fullbacks have done the last 4 years. So is that now 7 wide receivers? I'd be okay with that. Is it 10 offensive linemen instead of 9? Well, if they keep 9 offensive linemen, and we're, at this point, you got to assume health, but they traditionally keep 9. So that would be Donovan Smith, Joe Thuney, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, and Jawan Taylor. There's 5. Wanya Morris is on the team. There's 6. Allegretti is pretty darn good from guard to guard, and he would be the first man up. There's 7. So that would leave Darian Kennard, Lucas Niang, and Prince Tega-Wanogho, 2 of those 3 on the team. And maybe that's, well, sorry, Prince, you got to go. They like him, though. So does that extra spot go to offensive line and you keep 10? And you have more depth. You have more guys that can come in and sub, and if there are injuries that happen. Donovan Smith, battled a lot of injuries, so maybe that's a route you want to take if you don't feel as confident that Wanya Morris could step in, slide in, and play a spot if need be. Then Prince Tega-Wanogho might be kept, and then you would have to then release Kennard or Allegretti, and I wouldn't see that being the case. Kind of feels like Prince is on the outside looking in. You could also keep an extra defensive back. You could keep an extra defensive lineman. So a lot of different ways they can go with this particular move without having a fullback. I've always felt like it, hamstrung them to a degree on different, players. Like last year, they kept 4 running backs and a fullback and 3 quarterbacks. That's 8 players between the quarterback and the running back position. I mean, they could keep 5 this year. They could keep 2 quarterbacks and 3 running backs without having a fullback. That gives you 3 spots extra to utilize somewhere around the offense. That's just going to, who they kept specifically last year. So it's going to be fascinating to see what they do with that. I was talking about the tackles, the left tackle, right tackle, all of that, and the way that, football has sort of evolved in viewing or how we view sort of offensive linemen. Everybody acknowledges the best offensive lineman for the Chiefs when they won the Super Bowl in 19 was Mitchell Schwartz. And he gets injured and sort of starts that, a revolving door of offensive linemen in 2020 that culminated into what was a rough night with bad offensive line play and is probably as outmanned and outclassed as you can get at the offensive line in as big of a game like that to advance to the Super Bowl and just have such a disadvantage there. But we know Mitchell Schwartz was the best of those 5. Not in the Super Bowl, obviously, but the 49ers Super Bowl. And that was at right tackle. Fisher held his own, but the premier player was at right tackle in Mitchell Schwartz. And they go out and sign Jawan Taylor. And the plan for Jawan Taylor to play left tackle, does that mean that Niang was going to be right tackle or whoever else? And then they go and they sign Donovan Smith. And we heard Donovan Smith say yesterday, after the draft is when the Chiefs contacted him. I mean, is that the first time they contacted him to see, what are his thoughts? Contacted his agent to see what he might be looking for? What's his price range? Does he demand to play left tackle? What's his health? Did they reach out before that? And then after the draft happens and, nothing took place in the first round or second round, they get Wanya Morris, who they think could be a project guy. You can project him to, 2024, and could he be right tackle? Could he be left tackle? What do you want to do with Jawan Taylor? Okay, Donovan Smith is out there. And Donovan Smith saying, they contacted him right after the draft, said, can you come in for a visit? Yep, I'll be there tomorrow. Boom, looked good. Everything sounded good. Let's go ahead and sign the deal. Very incentive-laden contract to get that deal done. So if Donovan Smith plays left tackle, Jawan Taylor plays right tackle, just looking at the players they went up against last year and who they'll be going up against this year, I mean, your premier pass rushers are on the left side of the defense now. So does it actually make more sense that Jawan Taylor, who is a better pass protector than run blocker, if that's a guy who's a better pass protector than run blocker, yes, you'd like the blind side to be something that, is utilized and is actually effective, because you don't just have a sieve on the, at left tackle. You got to have somebody that can play a representative left tackle. But if you have your best pass protecting tackle and he played the right side his entire career, it'd be interesting if the Chiefs just simply said, let's find Donovan Smith. Let's move forward with him. Jawan Taylor, yes, he could play left tackle. Maybe he is against the Lions. But playing right tackle, you've got players out there that the Chiefs go up against every year in the AFC West. Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, twice this year. Max Crosby, Chandler Jones, twice this year. Randy Gregory, twice this year. They'll play Von Miller. They'll play Danielle Hunter. They'll play Bradley Chubb. And out of all those names that they'll play the Eagles, with Hassan Reddick and, Graham and Sweat and Quinn and Fletcher Cox. But out of all those guys I named, the primary positions where almost all of them line up is against right tackle. Joey Bosa, left side of the defense. He goes up against right tackles. Khalil Mack, throughout his career, 80% of the time he's lined up against right tackles. Now, he went up against primarily left tackles last year because Joey Bosa plays the left side of the defense. Khalil Mack played the right side of the defense. Well, when Joey Bosa didn't play against the Chiefs in Week 11, guess who lined up on the left side of the defense and went up against Andrew Wiley? Khalil Mack. He switched over to that side. That's where the Chargers are putting their premier pass rusher, is against the right tackle. Max Crosby is a guy who lines up against the right tackle. Von Miller, 80% of the reps in his career against the right tackle. Randy Gregory, last year, every single pass rushing snap was against the right tackle. Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, right tackles. Danielle Hunter goes up against right tackles. They won't play Pittsburgh or San Francisco, but TJ Watt and Nick Bosa, they go up against right tackles. That is where the premier pass rushers are going now. In fact, we think back to the, conference championship game where the final snap for the Cincinnati Bengals on offense was Chris Jones beating the right tackle on the left side and going in getting the sack. So it might be just simply the best move. Keep Jawan Taylor on the right side if he's the best pass rushing or pass protecting tackle that you have, because Bosa twice, Max Crosby twice, there's 4 games. Von Miller, there's 5. Hassan Reddick, there's 6. Danielle Hunter, there's 7. Randy Gregory, there's 9 games. You got 9 games against players like that you're going to be going up against this year out of your 17? Yeah, that's what we're seeing in the NFL now. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back, wrap up this hour. We'll talk with Matt Tate, the Kansas Jayhawks getting some big news yesterday with McCullough. Also Hunter Dickinson, what he thinks of this particular squad, how good they can be, and also his new gig as he's on to bigger, brighter things with Matt Tate. So we'll talk with him about that. Sports or Leisure coming up at 1 o'clock. Todd Lebo rejoins the show at 1 to play some Sports or Leisure. More Zone next.
Take the show with you by listening live on 810 WH.
Google Fiber, internet so easy to set up and use you may never need their award-winning customer service at all.
We'll talk with Matt Tate coming up at noon. 913-912-4810 is the text line. 913-912-4810. Text says, Corey's, I love Joey Bosa, quote. Text, you can carry the extra wide receiver. You don't have the fullback. Agreed. You can. Text says, if building a team, I don't care about anything special teams related except for kicking field goals and extra points. Punt it out of bounds. Kick it through the end zone. Use those roster spots for depth. Hey, man, you ain't got much argument from me. You're never going to see that. But you'll also have to have kickoff returns if, you can just call for a fair catch. But punt returns, I just call for a fair catch. I think we just figured it out. Your field goals and extra points, you got your offensive lineman. Exactly what you said. We're good. 913-912-4810 is the text line. 913-912-4810, text line to be a part of the show. I am fascinated to see what Justin Ross could look like. Also, with a guy like Rashee Rice, who, I liked. Talked about on day 2 that the guys that I was looking at in day 2 was Mingo, who I really liked, Cedric Tillman, who I really liked, and Rashee Rice were the 3 names we discussed when we were talking about wide receivers in day 2. Drake, can we play the Rashee Rice clip from Patrick Mahomes from yesterday as he was weighing in on what he's seen from Rashee Rice so far in OTAs and even working out with him down in Dallas, because that was obviously a big part of at least the assessment a little bit. He's been doing that. He's been working out with some of those guys down in Dallas, which has been great, which is a nice little added element to the team building, roster construction, drafting, scouting. Patrick Mahomes knows what he's looking for in wide receivers and also gets those wide receivers to understand a little bit more of what Patrick Mahomes is looking for. And this is interesting, Patrick Mahomes talking about Rashee Rice yesterday at the press conference and him weighing in on what ultimately he brought to the table. Drake, can we play the Patrick Mahomes clip of Rashee Rice? We play the Rashee Rice Patrick Mahomes clip here real quick. Drake has 50,000 things that's going on. He does a lot of different things around here. Here's Mahomes talking about Rashee Rice.
Which I've seen now, even to this day, now that he's been here, is I like the feel that he had when he was running the routes. A lot of times you get a lot of young dudes that are extremely athletic and they just run as fast as they can and they're just running around and they don't know exactly where to be at. And where I could feel where he would sit there and he would listen to guys like Trav, he'd listen to Kadarius and those guys talk, and he would get a feel for how he was running the route. And obviously he has the explosiveness, the jump ball ability, but the way he was able to kind of feel throughout the zone coverages and pull up in the right spot, that's more of a veteran type mindset for a receiver. So I was very excited about that, and now we'll just continue to work him in here and there and continue to push him to be better and better, and he'll have an impact in this offense this year.
I love the part with Patrick Mahomes talking about sort of that veteran feel of being able to play and run routes against the zone. That was one of the strengths that Rashee Rice had. People talked about his ability to find the soft spots in the zone. It was a matter of, route running against man-to-man. There was never a question of route running and being able to sit down and get a feel for that, which Patrick Mahomes talks about there. But there was a question about his specific route running man-to-man. And to me, that's why, just talking about, hey, what do you see from Rashee Rice? Well, Patrick Mahomes, you can ask him, what do you see from, name a wide receiver he's throwing the ball to, and he's going to tell you a lot of positive things about that guy. But hearing the positive thing from Patrick Mahomes talk about Rashee Rice and route running is significant, because that's one of the questions I had about Rice, where, those bigger guys, some of the questions are about how polished they are as a route runner. And if Juju Smith-Schuster was walking and he's, heading to New England, do you have that bigger guy that I think they do like? They saw it with Juju last year. I think they want to replicate that to a degree. That, you've got some guys that can run some routes. Sky Moore was talked about as being a really crisp, clean route runner. Rashee Rice, not so much. But was that because of the injury? We talked about what he said at his pro day which was, I'm here to show the route running and the questions that are out there about me, that I've got that part of my game. That some of that was injury, some of that was maybe what he was asked to do, and his comments after the pro day was, and I showed that. I showed them. And other people that are there like, yeah, he looked pretty darn good. And that might have been where the Chiefs could have been convinced of, okay, this is the guy. We have no more questions about, some of the issues that were there, or some of our questions were answered with Rice. And then, hey, go down and work out with Patrick Mahomes. He liked some of the things that he saw. So I've got higher expectations this year for Rashee Rice, and numbers specifically. We can talk about like production, playing time, things like that. But numbers specifically for Rashee Rice, I've got higher expectations this year than I did for Sky Moore last year. Because I thought Juju Smith-Schuster was going to get a bulk of the targets. MVS was going to get a lot more targets. I mean, they were talking about, the route tree that MVS is going to run, where they didn't do that in Green Bay. And Mecole Hardman was going to get, more targets without Tyreek Hill. Sky Moore sliding in, rookie. We'll see what ultimately he does. Is he an underneath guy, slot receiver, possession receiver, need somebody just to, be open, sit down, catch the ball, things like that? That might have been what he was utilized for. The reason I think there's going to be more production, I have higher expectations for production for Rashee Rice this year, is because he does what Sky Moore can't do. Sky Moore goes and catches the ball. He catches everything. But simply throwing the ball to Rashee Rice and saying, go get it, it's not what Sky Moore's game is. He can, but that's not what the strength of his game is. And Rashee Rice, the strength of his game is his strength. And if you just simply have that, Mahomes throw the ball down the field, back shoulder throws, highlight reel plays, jump balls, you're not getting that from Sky Moore. Sky Moore was going to be, you've got to run the routes to get open. And if route running and figuring those things out is such a bigger transition for rookie wide receivers for the Chiefs, yeah, it would make it less likely that a guy like Sky Moore could produce early. But that's not one of the main things Rashee Rice brings to the table. So I've got more expectations, and I've got a higher excitement to what Rice can bring to the table over what Moore did a year ago, and even preseason, what I was wanting to or hoping to see from Sky Moore. So we'll see. I thought that was interesting that, that sort of stood out, that not just complimenting a player on the team, because Mahomes is always going to do that, but complimenting him on something that was a bigger question about his game. It's not like his compliment was like, man, he's so athletic. Oh, what do I see from him? Explosion. I see the ability to go up and get the ball. Oh, this knack for being able to come down with the football. Like, those are the things that I see. Yeah, that would have been like, okay, that's what everybody saw. But what was keeping him from being a first-round draft pick? Maybe that's fixed. Who knows? Or he's slowly progressing and getting better. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Getting better in the offseason, the Kansas Jayhawks adding Hunter Dickinson. McCullough making his announcement. We'll talk with Matt Tate about that coming up next.
What makes for a great vacation? Depends on who you ask.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. Todd Liebel will rejoin us an hour from now. Play a little sports or leisure, presented by Johnny's Tavern. Drake hanging out with us today. Let's talk some college basketball. And joining us now, our man who does a great job covering the Kansas Jayhawks and basketball and football as well. But Matt Tate joining us. Matt, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, man. Thanks. How are you guys?
We are doing just fine. Well, it's been about a month since you moved on from the gig with KU Sports and the Lawrence Journal-World. Now with the Perpetual Sports Network. Tell us a little bit about what the new gig for Matt Tate's going to look like.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. It's going to look pretty similar in a short sense. Going to be doing a lot of coverage of KU, of course, but athletes across the board, a lot more feature stories, I think, trying to get the idea of promoting these kids and these stories out there and painting a picture of who these kids are, not just what they do. So, it's a little bit different, and I'm sure there'll be some similarities and some crossover to what I've done in the past, but I won't be a slave to daily deadlines, so I'm excited about that. I'll have a little bit more time to write and hopefully do some quality writing and a little bit more long-form writing and tell good stories, and so I'm excited about that too. I absolutely loved the 20-plus years I spent at the Journal-World and with KUSports.com, and, can't thank them and everything I did there, more than I do. It was a wonderful run, and we left on great terms and the whole thing, but it was presented to me in this way to try this, and it sounded like a new and exciting challenge, and I'm super looking forward to getting started and doing what I do, but just doing it in a slightly different way.
Do you feel like maybe every once in a while your boss could call you and say, hey, we need something done in an hour, just to get those juices pumping again for the deadlines? Like, okay, yeah, let's do it.
I think there's no doubt that could happen, and I'm okay with that. An hour sounds like a long time for some of those deadlines that I had.
Point.
So, I think that'll still happen, and there will still be, news that happens
true.
that I have to kind of weigh in on and whatnot. But I think that will not be my primary focus. I won't be a news hound or a news breaker or anything like that any longer. It'll be more about telling the stories of, again, who these kids are. And a lot of that will be basketball and football, of course, but as excited as I am about those things continuing, I'm also excited to tell stories about kids in other sports. There's a lot of good stories happening there that, because of our resources at the paper and the time and only being 24 hours in a day and me being one person and all that stuff, you just couldn't get to all of it. And I don't think I'll get to all of it with this gig either, but I'll have a better chance to get to more of it for sure. And so that's cool too. I mean, there are some untold stories sitting there that really no one knows about, and I'm excited to kind of shed some light on those too and let people know who those kids are.
Matt Tate is our guest now at the Perpetual Sports Network, joining us here in the Zone. So let's talk about one of those players whose story was a transfer into KU last year from Texas Tech and goes through senior night and sort of a question of what he was going to do and whether or not it was just time for him to maybe just to make some money somewhere, whether that's in the NBA or elsewhere. But Kevin McCullar decides that he's going to return to KU. What percentage chance did you give that, after senior night and maybe even at banquets and things like that when Bill Self would weigh in on Kevin McCullar? Did you give it much of a chance, 50-50, or what did you think the prospects were from McCullar to return for a super senior season?
Yep, because I think it was pretty clear he was determined to go. He was ready, at least in his mind, and ready to take that challenge. But yeah, I mean, 25% might be fair, 25 or 30, because, I had my questions and doubts about whether the people at the NBA level would see him as ready for their game. And that's not a knock on him. He's a terrific player, but I just wasn't sure if, as ready as he was, if they were going to say, okay, yeah, you'll get drafted. We're ready. I never really saw that, and so I kind of always assumed that this would be a possibility. But again, having said that, I mean, he was pretty determined to call it a college career and be done. And so I can't praise him enough for making this very mature decision to look at it objectively and honestly and really, read it for what it is and say, hey, I'm not hearing that they're going to draft me. I'm not hearing that I'm going to have a chance next year to play in the league. But I am hearing that Kansas wants me back, and I am hearing that could be a heck of a lot of fun. And, hey, with NIL, there's some money to be made and all that. So, it takes a fair amount of maturity and things like that to really look at that and be honest with yourself. And so I give the kid tons of credit for that because he never closed the door. KU obviously never closed the door either. And I think that was probably a nice security blanket for him, knowing that, hey, if I don't hear what I want to hear, there's a pretty good fallback plan. And not only that, but he's seen firsthand what that looks like. He saw it with Jalen Wilson. From a distance, he saw it with Ochai Agbaji. And both of those guys did the same thing. They were ready, but they went through the process and were real honest with themselves about what they heard and made the right feedback. Got the feedback and made the right decision. So after that, it turned out wonderfully well for both of those guys. And it may not be the same thing. I don't know that McCullough's going to average 20 a game and be Big 12 Player of the Year or anything like that. But I think in terms of just basketball experiences and winning and just everything that he can get out of another year in the KU system and learning under Coach Self and just developing his game and all those things, I don't see any reason it won't work out the same for him. I mean, I think he's got a chance to really grow and turn himself into even a better player. So that'll be fun to watch too. And obviously him coming back means this team is very, 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 very loaded. I mean, that's a really good roster in a hurry. So, the beat goes on in Lawrence, Kansas.
Yeah, it's surprising they're going to have a good team that Bill Self is able to get some good players around him. But did Hunter Dickinson's decision have anything to do with McCullough maybe getting over or past the finish line, maybe down to the 5-yard line of what do I want to do, and then Hunter Dickinson decides he's going to go to KU and is like, all right, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and get these last 5 yards and get into the end zone and return? Or was this decision, you think, independent of any other decision of transfer portal by any other player on KU's roster or other rosters coming in?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one I'll definitely want to ask Kevin because I think it would make a lot of sense if that were the case. I mean, this is a team that, he could have come back with his guys and some guys that were new and some freshmen and guys that he had met and all that. And he would have had a lot of fun and they still would have won a bunch of games. But bringing in a potential All-American, a potential Player of the Year type of guy like Dickinson, that certainly makes you look at it differently. Not just the players like McCullough, but everybody, you, me, analysts, whoever, right? Other teams, other coaches. I mean, it's a very different outlook for Kansas with him in the mix. So, whether he says, yeah, that was a big factor or not, you kind of have to assume that it had to be, just because that is a huge impact type player. And not only that, but it's also the type of player that Kevin just spent the entire 22-23 season playing without at KU. And so he saw, hey, we were a 1 seed. We won the Big 12, maybe the hardest year the conference has ever seen. We were pretty damn good. And, oh, by the way, we didn't have a guy who could do anything like that. And now we have him and 3 of our starters back. And, wow, this is going to be pretty cool. So, yeah, I mean, he might, dance around it a little when he does get asked that. But I would imagine that on some level he would even admit, like, yeah, that played a role. And obviously it played a role for Hunter. I mean, I don't know that he knew that McCullough might come back, but I'm sure there was some conversation about that too. Like, a couple months ago or 6 weeks ago or whatever it was, he might have been told, hey, look, it's not a lock and, I wouldn't count on it, but there's a chance that we could get McCullough back, and just keep that in mind when you're making your decision. And obviously he hit up Twitter yesterday when he heard the news and put out a pretty cool tweet. And so he seems to be very fired up to play with Kevin, and I'm sure the feeling's mutual. And again, that starting 5 and that's a starting 5 that's absolutely loaded, and I think their bench is going to be better than it was last year. So it'll be cool. The coolest thing, and I talked to Kevin's parents not too long ago, kind of about what this first season was like for him or for them. And what they saw from, they know him better than any of us. And so what jumped out to them about what Kevin was getting from being at Kansas and the biggest, I guess, advantages that he was able to take away. And they said, his leadership was one of the biggest things. And his father pointed flat out to, basically thanking Coach Self for giving him the freedom to be a leader. I mean, this is a guy that's a total outsider, came from a, borderline rival school, but as soon as he got here, because he was a veteran, because he could play, and because he played the right way, Self and the rest of the players said, yeah, you're part of the leadership of this team. Let us know what we need to do. And he did that. He wasn't the primary leader, but he might be this year. And I'm excited to see what that looks like for him, too, because he has a lot of wisdom. He has a lot of knowledge. He knows how to play the game, and he has a lot of experience, too. So kind of a natural setup for a leader, if you ask me.
Visiting with Matt Tate, Perpetual Sports Network, is our guest. Hunter Dickinson. So we're talking about McCullough, the decision he made to return, which is obviously huge for KU. I think they still would have been, probably number one in the country, if not, number 2 or 3, depending on different guys returning, and Edey at Purdue and UConn getting guys back, things like that. But Hunter Dickinson makes the decision to go to KU over, choices with Kentucky or Maryland, et cetera. What does he do now? I mean, I think the answer is obvious, but what do you see his role and the type of impact Hunter Dickinson can make for this KU team?
I just think it's massive, man. I mean, I think it's so big because not only is he a big man who they can throw the ball to, that alone would be big news, right? That would be like, hey, okay, they got a David McCormick type of guy back. Cool. But his game is deeper than that. I mean, Dave, I love Dave. I will always love Dave. He was a great dude to cover, and gave everything he had to KU and had a great career and finished it on the highest note possible. So, not a knock on Dave either. But Dave thought he was more of a perimeter player than he was. And, just because you can knock down some shots like that in practice and stuff doesn't mean that that's your role in the game. And so I think that he understood that eventually as time went on and really started, doing what big men do, and that's getting boards, getting buckets, hanging as close to the rim as you can. With Dickinson, he can do that, and he does that well, and he does that at a high level. But he also has a legitimate perimeter game, and he wants to sort of expand on that this year, and I think that's the conversations that they've had with the coaching staff and him. Hey, yeah, shoot the 3 ball. If you've got that and you can show us consistently you can hit 35% or higher or whatever it is, we'll work that in. That's great, because how much harder is he to guard when that's the case? And then you're looking at a guy like KJ Adams, who was the 5 all last season. Well, now KJ can play on the perimeter, and you can have Dickinson down low, or you can flip that, and you can put KJ back to kind of where he was last year and pull Dickinson out. And the idea of how difficult that could be to guard, especially with the motion sets that KU runs and everything they do. He's just a headache over and over and over, regardless of where he is on the floor. And I think the biggest thing, I think offensively it's going to be automatic. I don't think there's any question that he'll be a huge part of the offense and a huge factor in the Big 12 and nationally too. But I think the biggest thing I'm excited to see is, how good is he defensively? We know he can probably, if he plays 33 to 35 minutes a game, he's going to get 10 rebounds a game just by being the biggest dude on the floor most of the time. But can he do more than that? Is he a 14, 15? Does he have 19 rebound games in him? Can he block shots? Can he patrol the paint and keep people out of there? He's got numbers that show he can do that, and I think his blocks average is pretty good for his career, but it's also something that is not necessarily the thing he's most known for. And so I think that will be the biggest kind of determining factor in just how big of an impact he'll have. He should be a double-double guy. That should be easy. But then what beyond that does he give? Can he be that 2-3 blocks a game guy? Can he be, a guy that can dominate the glass? And maybe on a night when he only scores 8 points because he misses some shots that he usually makes, maybe he makes up for that by getting, 19 or 20 rebounds, just because that's the way he is. From everything I've heard, he's fiery. He's got a lot of passion. He plays with a loud motor. He'll talk trash out there. I watched him at Michigan enough, but it'll be a different animal here. And partly because of, playing for Bill Self and what that means, but also because it's a totally different league, and he's on a totally different team now with a totally different set of personnel and all that. So, everything about him should be there, but I think there's definitely more that they can tap into and probably will tap into.
Yeah, he in last year they went to the NITs. They didn't make the NCAA tournament, but 2 years ago when they made the run to what was that, the Sweet 16, and ended up losing to Villanova in the Sweet 16. If you look at those games in the round of 32 when they beat Tennessee, and then the Sweet 16 game against Villanova when they end up losing, Hunter Dickinson in those games, he had 27 and 11 against Tennessee, and then he had 15 and 15 against Villanova. So round of 32 against the Tennessee squad that was, top 10 all year and, top 10 KenPom, and then Sweet 16 game against Villanova squad that was, right there, sort of the same, and he has 42 points and 26 rebounds. I mean, it's just phenomenal. You're right. He can walk out of bed and he's going to get 10 rebounds, essentially, and on this team. And I think it's a good point as to, what he can do for other players because, KJ had to play spots that were forced upon him because of personnel. And we've seen that at times with Bill Self and switching from maybe a high-low to a, 4-out, 1-in, and guys that maybe are playing spots that it's like, okay, this is what we need you to do. Is it really best suited for your skill set? But no, I think you can do it, and here's how we'll put you in position to be successful. That I think that was part of what KJ Adams did last year. And now I love the thought of Hunter Dickinson being that big man that Bill Self sort of dreams about at night. When he dreams about, big men, I think he's dreaming about a Hunter Dickinson type player. And KJ Adams can be, that small forward, the forward that can, roam and sort of be athletic and crash the glass and some things. And then you could always invert that. And you could put Hunter Dickinson, on the outside or as a guy that roams as a 4. And KJ Adams has shown that he can play down low and post up and get the ball and finish and things like that. Like those two guys working off each other gives Bill Self so many different options, and then Kevin McCullough as well. The question some people have had, Matt, and I think Timberlake would be an answer in terms of shooting, but I've heard some the last couple of days that are like, you know what, it's awesome. Where's the shooting going to come from? Is this team going to be a good enough outside shooting team? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I've heard that a lot too, and it's a fair question, but I think the answer is yes. Number one, we talked about it already, but Hunter Dickinson can shoot the ball. Yep. So there's a position where you got almost none from behind the three-point line last year to now you're going to get consistent production there. So that's a bit of an upgrade. Timberlake will help a ton, no question about it. We spent the entire last season listening to Self and whoever else would talk about it, telling us every day that they were begging DeJuan to shoot more because he's a great shooter. And so maybe he will now, right? And you don't want to put all your stock in maybes, but we've seen that he can do it. And so if he's able to take that next step too, there's another option. I think Arterio Morris is a much, much better shooter than anybody realizes. He just didn't play a lot at Texas because they were so loaded. But when he did play, he seemed to have the green light, and he had a good-looking stroke. And, I mean, I know against Kansas in at least one of the games, he knocked down a couple shots and was sort of that, oh, my God, he's hitting too? Geez, that kind of thing. So that's, and McCullough's the same sort of way. I mean, Morris might be a little bit better as more of a pure shooter, but how many big threes did McCullough make last year? They weren't always his first option. They weren't always his first shot, but I thought he had the green light too. I mean, there were plenty of games where he missed a bunch of shots early, and we were asking Self about that sort of after the game, and he didn't even blink. He said, well, they were open shots. I want him to take those, and I think he should make them, and that particular game or those games, he didn't do it, but the confidence is there both in McCullough himself and from what the coaches believe he can do too. So there's another one. And I tell you what, I mean, it could end up making me look really foolish. I don't think it will, but I think KJ Adams is a much better shooter than anybody realizes. He was in high school. He brought the ball up. He shot three-pointers, I think, because of what you just talked about, where he was kind of forced into playing a different role for the good of the team and for the better of his minutes. People have sort of forgotten and kind of pigeonholed him into that, well, he's a big man. He's not. His future beyond Kansas is probably as a 3. And I know that his parents are very interested in him and were very interested before he even came to Kansas in them helping him develop that way. Well, for 2 years he was a big man, but now he's an upperclassman. He's a key piece, and they have another big man who they can kind of lean on harder and allow KJ to develop that perimeter game a little bit more. And that was the plan last year. I mean, if you go back and look, even in the summer, I remember talking to Self about, is KJ more of a perimeter player or a big man? He said, well, we want him on the perimeter. We've got all kinds of bigs. And, they didn't, as it turned out.
Yeah.
But in terms of bodies, they did. They just didn't get anybody to play at the level they needed. And so that was the plan last year. And I think bringing in Dickinson allows that to be even more the plan this year. Talked with KJ's father the other day for a little while, and sounds to me like he's working out 4 times a day, and almost all of it is on shooting. I mean, that even I would probably become a better shooter if I did that. So, does that mean he's going to be a 44% three-point shooter and take 6 a game? Not at all. Does it mean he'll be able to make 1 or 2 a game and take them within the flow of the offense? I don't think it'd be a shock to see that. So I think there's a lot of sort of unknown about KJ still. I think people have him pegged as sort of this one type of player, and I think he's so much more than that. Not only the guy that can shoot like we're talking about, and he's working on it obviously all summer, but also the guy that you talked about a few minutes ago, where he can attack and be an athlete and crash the glass and play in space and use all of that he has. I mean, again, I can't stress it enough, man. He brought the ball up in high school and would routinely step into three-point shots and just pull them like it was nothing, So he has that in him. He just now has to figure out how that fits with this particular team in this system and style and, not overdo it.
Visiting with Matt Tate, Perpetual Sports Network. Last one for you. Hunter Dickinson has a podcast, and, after he had committed to Kansas and the video was out, he went on the podcast and talked about, the different teams that he was looking at and decision that he made and how he came to the decision with KU and all the different things that may have played a part in it. And people are talking about, NIL and, money. And he had said, I didn't get 6 figures at Michigan, it was blasphemous apparently that he did not get 6 figures at Michigan. And Kentucky wanted Hunter Dickinson pretty badly. Maryland wanted him to come back, to near his home and go there pretty badly. Whether it's McCullar returning with NIL, whatever it might be, what do you think the message is that, McCullar returns and then Hunter Dickinson chooses Kansas, and, he does talk about NIL in the podcast, and, we know Kentucky has some money to throw around and some other teams. What do you think that says about KU that they land Hunter Dickinson and McCullar of where their role and where they fit on the national landscape of being able to do some of these things?
Yeah, I mean, I think it says everything they wanted to say, which is, nobody's got more to offer than we do. And, if that's the case where, maybe it's a regional thing like you talked about, had he picked Maryland to be closer to home, okay, it'd be hard to hate that one. You just Kansas can't be close to his hometown, so they lose that one. But when all things are equal, and you're talking about a kid of any talent caliber that is open to going anywhere in the country, I think Kansas has for a long time had this and felt this and believed they can offer this. But I think now when you win a title in 2022 and you land a guy like McCullar last year even, or land a Hunter Dickinson this year, or, some other guys that they've landed even. I mean, Arterio Morris is no joke. Like that's a guy a lot of teams and programs would have loved to have, and he chose Kansas too. So, the fact that that's starting to happen with more regularity shows that, when it comes to anybody who's kind of open-minded about where they'll end up, Kansas has as much or more to offer than any program out there, and I think that's the message they've wanted to send. I think that's why NIL has been so important to them, to get it going as best they can, and there's still room to grow there, and they're still working on it, and there's only reason to believe that will continue to get better. I think it's sort of I don't know if this is a cheesy way to put it, but sort of almost the golden era of Kansas basketball, which is saying a lot, right? I mean, there is a lot of history here, and there are a lot of good stretches and seasons and decades of Kansas basketball, but we may be on the front end of one of the best. You heard Self at I don't think it was the banquet, but I think it was after he spoke the first time after his heart condition and all of that stuff that he went through, that press conference that was packed. I mean, he said then, I'm more motivated than ever, and I want to take this place to a place it's never been.
Yep.
Like, even hearing those words was like, that's not possible.
Yeah, right.
I mean, how can it go any higher? It's already blah, 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 but that's who he is. That's how he's motivated. That's why he does what he does. And there are very few who have done it better ever. And so if the guy says he can take KU to a higher level, I think you have to believe him. And I think what you've seen this offseason is the first steps toward that and the first sign of that happening. And so, is it going to be like this every year? Who knows? The NIL, the portal, all that stuff certainly opens the door for every program, not just Kansas, but every program to do massive turnover year after year after year after year. Whether fans like it or not, I understand why they don't. But, this may be the new reality. And if that's the case, Kansas is as well positioned as any program out there to take full advantage of that for 100 different reasons.
Yeah.
And so we're starting to see a few of them right now. But yeah, again, their pitch, their what they have to offer, their history, their tradition, their building, their fan base, their all of those things. I mean, there's just not many programs, if any, that, especially with recent success factored in, there's just not many that can offer more. So, anybody that they want should probably give them a look. And doesn't mean they'll get everybody they want, but they'll probably get their share.
Matt Tait, Perpetual Sports Network. Matt, thank you for joining us, man. Excited for you. Looking forward to what the next chapters are going to be and some of these feature stories and, telling some of these stories of the players all across the athletics for KU. So appreciate you joining us, man, and looking forward to when these things get rolling.
Sounds great. I will definitely let you know, and I'll look forward to jumping on with you next time. Thanks for having me, as always, and I appreciate a little time about the new gig, too. I'm very fired up, and it's summer, but it feels like the first day of school for me. So
awesome,
let's go.
Man. Good, man. I'm happy for you. Congrats again, brother.
Thanks, Jason. Take care, man. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely. There's Matt Tait. Again, Perpetual Sports Network with KU Sports and Lawrence Journal World for a long time, and now moving over to Perpetual Sports Network and doing some more feature writing and still covering KU and basketball and football and things like that, and still being able to give us information and his thoughts as we love to get from Matt Tait throughout the seasons, and certainly doing that with us. But yeah, so maybe the golden era of Kansas basketball. Well, it's about time something positive happened for the Jayhawks. It's just thankfully they got some things going in their favor finally. But no, this team is really, really good. Health-wise, if that stays intact, there'll be no excuses this year because Gary Parrish top 25 and 1. They are number 1. And as we joked about, Joe Lunardi with his bracketology update that he had yesterday has KU as a number 1 overall seed in the latest 2024 bracketology. Don't worry, first team out is St. John's. Last team in is Boise State. Look, I don't know if Boise State deserves to get in over St. John's. I think that's going to be a question that we need to have. You know what? Let's take a time out. We'll do blind resumes. St. John's, Boise, some of these other schools. You tell me which team deserved to be in his May 24th bracketology for Joe Lunardi. We'll take a time out. We'll come back. We'll not talk about that next.
Want to see more of The Zone? Watch the show live on the Sports Radio 810 WHB Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. Drake will be rejoined by Todd Lebo coming up at 1 o'clock. Play a little sports or leisure at 1 o'clock. Yeah. By the way, text that came in all around 12:25. Yeah. I said it. And when I said it, in my mind, I thought about what it sounded like. And then I did not tell Drake to cut it because I didn't want him to cut it. But yeah, there was a Bill Self comment, and there was a dream, and there was like a particular position on the court, and then there was Hunter Dickinson, and then all of those things being combined, certainly you could construe and infer and be a child and hear it that way. Ridiculous. Way out of line. Real mature, people. Real mature. 913-912-4810 is the text line to be a part of the show, part of the conversation. 913-912-4810 to join us. We'll play a little sports or leisure coming up at 1 o'clock. Royals news that we got into briefly at the beginning of the show, and that is the Royals putting out a tweet that they have made a roster move. The roster move is that Nate Eaton has been optioned to Omaha. They are going to announce a corresponding roster move tomorrow. And the expectation, assumption, is that that's going to be Drew Waters making his season debut this year after being out for a while with the oblique injury, and I'm pumped for it. I'm here for it. I think tomorrow night, I think Friday night against the Nationals, Memorial Day weekend, beautiful weather. I think Drew Waters is the starting center fielder. And you just elongate the lineup even more when you take Dozier out and you add in Nicky Lopez on the team overall, because you've taken Dozier out and added in Michael Garcia, who was good last couple nights. And but on the roster overall, now you've added in Nicky Lopez, who gives you obviously more value than what Hunter Dozier was giving you. And now you take Nate Eaton out, who was coming in defensive replacement. He was a guy that was filling in gaps, and, guys were getting a day off, so Nate Eaton would play.
Pinch running,
that's right. And that's really all he was, offering, and he wasn't doing much at the plate. By doing much, I mean anything. He was 3 for the season, and which isn't great, Bob. So Nate Eaton is optioned, and now you've got Drew Waters to play center field, and Jackie Bradley Jr. is your backup center fielder. And you know what? There's a decent defensive replacement, because late in the game, if you've got a 1 or 2 run lead or something in the ninth, you can take out Olivares or MJ Melendez and put in Jackie Bradley Jr. and slide Drew Waters over to the one of the corner spots, and you get better defensively. Instead of the defensive substitution that Matt Quatraro made, 2 weeks ago, that he took Vinny out of the game and moved Prado from left field to first base and put Dozier in left field. And therefore, Dozier was now batting in Vinny Pasquantino's spot. It was a 9-8 game, right? Was that the game against the White Sox or something? They were up 9-8. Can't remember who they were playing. Maybe it was the Orioles. I'm not sure. But it was 9-8 in the 7th. It's been 17 runs scored. You don't think any more runs are being scored today? You take Vinny Pasquantino's spot out of the lineup for Hunter Dozier? You got better at first base defense, sure, but Dozier in left field ain't exactly a defensive replacement. You don't have to worry about that. Now you could bring in Jackie Bradley Jr., put him in center field, and Drew Waters could slide over to one of the corner spots. And if you want to get one of those corner spots a day off, Jackie Bradley Jr. can play center field, and Drew Waters can play a corner spot. The part of this move now, and just his health, it's not even the move. It's not like they've been waiting on him to develop and get better and better. It's not the Orioles with Colton Cowser, who's now on the IL for them, or the guy who I love and talk about a lot, Ellie De La Cruz. It's not like they're simply waiting for him to make his major league debut, and it's when are they going to call him up? It was a matter of when do they feel like the bat was ready and the overall timing was ready from the injury. So it's not like, hey, they finally make this move and we'll see what he can do. We saw what Drew Waters can do last year with the big league club. And it was pretty good. It's really good, actually, for a guy who was, making his major league debut. I mean, he played 32 games last year, had 109 plate appearances, got on base at 324, an OPS plus of 124. You know, if he can carry some of that over, it's great. He had 12 extra base hits out of 23 hits that he had. More than half of his hits last year were extra base hits. He had 40 strikeouts, 12 walks. Certainly could be better. And he's been better with the strikeout to walk ratio the last 7 games in Omaha. When he started out 1 of 22 in Omaha, and he had, 13 strikeouts and 2 walks, I think, or what it was. And then over the last 7 games, he's got 8 strikeouts and 6 walks. So it's been pretty good. It was 1 of 22. He had 5 strikeouts at that time, not 13. He's got 13 overall, so he only had 5 then. But last 7 games, he's got 8 Ks, 6 walks. Pretty good. So now I look at the lineup, and the 9 guys, and they're in no particular order, just simply off the top of my head of the players that could have a role in the future of some degree. Bobby Witt, MJ Melendez, Vinny Pasquantino, Nick Pratto, Salvi, Michael Massey, Drew Waters, Michael Garcia. That gives you 8. And then the 9th being Edward Olivares, who, I like Edward Olivares. I liked him. I've wanted to see him get extended playing time, especially a year ago. Just put him in one of those spots and let him play to see what you have. I think they've done that. I know what they have in Edward Olivares. A guy who, when he's on, can mash and can drive the baseball and square it up and, have a high exit velocity and hit home runs and hit, balls to the gap, but is going to play in a well below average left field. So he's a DH. And he's a DH that at times can get lost at the plate, and he's a DH at times that can get hot. But he's not a left fielder. He's not a corner outfielder. So that's what you have in Edward Olivares. So I'm going with the 8 guys that will now be in the lineup that you'd say could be part in some way, shape, or form of the future for this team. And in an evaluation year, that's awesome. Because it's now an extended period of time to see what Drew Waters is. If he comes up and plays really well, you got an answer at outfield. Not necessarily an answer in center field, but you got an answer in outfield. So you can play one of the corner spots. Because again, in 32 games, what he did, if you take that over the course of the season, you're talking about a guy with 25 home runs and 30 doubles and 5 triples. I mean, 60 extra base hits, 25 of those being home runs. Slugging almost 500, yeah, he can play the corner. He can play a corner outfield spot doing that. You don't need somebody slugging, 320 playing a corner outfield spot. So I'm pumped about Drew Waters, the expected move by the Royals tomorrow and the corresponding move for him to be back up with the big league club. We'll see. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue rolling. We'll wrap up this hour in our final segment, and then we will have some fun with some sports or leisure. Todd Lebo rejoins the show for Sports or Leisure, presented by Johnny's Tavern, coming up at 1 o'clock. More Zone right after this on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Take the show with you by listening live on 810WHB.com in the 810 mobile app.
big Kansas City shout out to Google Fiber. 1 gig internet at the same price since 2012.
I will continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB, 913-912-4810, the text line to join the show, 913-912-4810. Text says, yeah, if you add the hypothetical 65-yarder, a lot of hypotheticals that are out there with many, many things going on. Text says, did Josh buy an Elton John song for his first wife like Corey did? One of the biggest burns that Shane ever had to Corey was Corey was talking about, we were talking about like the songs we played at our wedding and if we had like a certain song for our marriage. And Corey said like, oh yeah, this was the song that we had. And Shane said, did your wife keep that song in the divorce? Like, Jesus, Shane. Oh, it was great. It was great. Corey was caught off guard. Corey was caught off guard. He's like, whoa! Like, good for you, Shane. Good for you. Way to fight back, finally. Way to show that you've got some toughness.
And then he gave up.
And then he was like, you know what? I'm out. That's it. I did it. I did it. I got the final hit in, and now I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. Somebody else. Beards, you know what? You can take over here. And Corey's not going to make fun of you as much as he made fun of Shane. For whatever reason, Shane and Corey really liked each other off the air. But on the air, it sounded like they hated each other.
And then Beards gave up too.
And then Beards was like, I just don't want to be around these guys, you know. Now Josh is here. It's mainly Jason. Since Shane, Beards, and Corey, that's 3 people that have been a part of the show that have already left. Less than 4 years in. That's losing a person a year. Drake, it's like, I'm not doing this very much longer.
I just come and go.
He just, wherever Drake is needed, he shows up, you know. He's like a superhero.
You look in the mirror, say my name 3 times, there I am.
It's Drake. Is it like Bloody Mary? Is it the same thing?
Absolutely.
Turn the lights off? You ever done that?
I don't, probably.
I've never done it. I don't want
Scared?
I don't want to take the chance that it's real. Well, how do you know if it's real or not? I don't know. I assume it's not. But I'm not taking a chance that it could be real. Not doing it. I'll let somebody else tell me it's not real. I've done it a lot of times. It's not real. Sure. Anything bad happen in your life? How do you know that's not connected? You know? Bad things happen to people. Could be because you did that in a mirror. You know? And if you haven't done that, then imagine all the extra bad things that would have happened in your life if you'd have done that. Just not taking the chance, Drake. Not doing it. I believe in ghosts, so I'm not doing it.
What if your name is Amir? Can you do it? Like Amir Garrett. I mean,
Yes.
is he just screwed no matter what?
It's like you can't say. Can you say Bloody Mary to Amir Garrett 3 times? It's like, what happened? Then what does Amir Garrett then do? Does he become like this crazy, demonized person that's goes around trying to kill everybody in the clubhouse?
I've seen him get pretty angry at other teams before.
You know what? Javi Baez, who he apparently will never be able to face. Text says, everybody's leaving. What's the common denominator? Jason? I mean, there's a lot of common denominators. Shane got more money. Corey's wife got more money. Beard's got more money. There's Drake, you're leaving for more money.
What? When? What? What? Hang? What?
Right? Isn't that the case? Damn it. That's great. All right. 913-912-4810 is the text line. 913-912-4810. Text says 3 people left the zone in 4 years. All 3 have one thing in common. It doesn't say what the one thing is, so we can just simply guess what they're saying. Afraid of commitment. That's right. Oh, you see? Oh, this is great. I love this text. Text says, that makes you the Patrick Mahomes of radio. You're getting everyone who touches you paid. See? That's right. You come work here, either you get a pay raise or your wife does. One of the two. And, I mean, Corey was already a kept man. So, now he gets to work some radio in Salt Lake City. Maybe they get a baseball team. They got a NBA team. Let's talk about them getting one of the MLB expansion ones. So text says, where do we apply for a job at 810? Call Drake.
Email me,
Text Drake.
jasonjustice@810whp.com.
That's right. 913-912-4810. A lot of things that I was going to talk about here, but I'll just very briefly talk about one of the things I was going to bring up that could become a bigger, conversation, maybe down the road. In Milwaukee, according to the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, Rob Manfred having a press conference today, and I don't know that he's already had it. Maybe on Twitter, it's all over the place that he's already had it. A press conference in Milwaukee, but the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel is reporting that Rob Manfred in a press conference today will essentially threaten Milwaukee with relocation of the Brewers if they don't get something done with the renovations to the stadium soon. I don't know
like if 25-year-old, 20-year-old. How old is that?
Yeah, it needs about $500 million of renovations. Does the ballpark? It doesn't feel like it's been open that long, but I mean the Braves were in their ballpark for 18 years and then they moved, to a different location. They are trying to get updates to the ballpark. The Brewers are, and apparently Rob Manfred is expected to. Maybe not in so many words, but there's the Oakland A's issue going on. There's the Tampa Bay Rays issue going on, and they are baseball before expansion. They are wanting to get these stadium deals figured out for different teams so that they know which stadiums or cities specifically they can take their teams, or do they have to go relocation? And if Milwaukee relocates, then does that take away a city that they were thinking of expanding to? So now you bring in another city that could get expansion. Nashville's going to get a team. Vegas is getting the A's. Tampa, I'm assuming is going to stay in Tampa. But
they've never been in Tampa.
Well, that's a good point. Clearwater. Maybe they go to Tampa. Maybe they go to Tampa Bay. Build the stadium out in the Bay. That'd be cool. But Rob Manfred now wanting to get this done with the Brewers. And I don't know that it'd ever come to anything like that around here because they are trying to renovate that stadium, which means there's only one location that you can negotiate with the taxpayers, the politicians, the people in charge. It's to renovate that. The Royals could have different options as to where they build new. Jackson County, Clay County, Johnson, Dot, wherever. They would have different options. So I don't see it coming to Rob Manfred all of a sudden showing up at Kauffman Stadium and saying that, well, this team could relocate. We're looking at a lot of different cities. And I wonder how hollow the threat would be that, hey, we're going to relocate the Brewers if you don't approve renovations. Not, they want a new stadium. No, the Brewers don't want a new stadium. They want renovations. It's an odd threat of renovations or move. I know the Royals sort of talked about it in 2006, right? Keep Kansas City Major League. Wasn't that one of the PR campaigns? Yeah. It was for renovations, and they sort of had that sort of a peripheral threat that was there.
Well, I Googled it here to see if maybe he has spoken yet. It doesn't look like he has, but I did also find a little thing on a new TV news site with the TV people that talk back and forth, and I guess Manfred's also scheduled to testify in a Diamond Sports hearing about Bally's, and that Bally has announced they're going to be cutting back on cameras at their games. Fewer camera angles to save on camera, guys.
Well, that'd be good for replay. Thank goodness replay isn't a part of the sport, so they don't need different camera angles or anything. Yeah. Just something to keep an eye on. I loved Milwaukee's ballpark. I watched a game there. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, how much does that beer slide cost? You know,
they got to renovate that thing. Didn't a guy, like a TV guy, didn't he break his arm going down the slide?
Oh yeah.
That's the problem, you know. Got to fix that thing. Add some safety measures in there. All right, we'll play some sports or leisure on the other side of the break. 913-381-0810 is the phone number. 913-381-0810. $25 to Johnny's Tavern. In some sports or leisure, Todd Lebo. He will join the show, and he'll handle the leisure side. So we'll do that, having some fun as we wrap up the final hour of the show today. More Zone right after this on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
WHB Kansas City.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Tatum gives the Celtics their largest lead.
Facing elimination, the Celtics win Game 4, dealing the Heat their first playoff loss in Miami this postseason. Now the series returns to Boston, where the Celtics face another must-win. Will they survive?
The NBA playoffs are on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Did you hear? Blue Note Bourbon won Whiskey Advocate's #7 Best Whiskey of 2022. But they don't do it for the awards. They do it because you deserve a bourbon that's smoother than the sound of a blues guitar. When you're headed to the liquor store for the big game, be sure to pick up a bottle of Blue Note Bourbon. You may not be able to catch a touchdown or win MVP from your couch, but with Blue Note Bourbon, you can be the MVP of your party. Blue Note Bourbon. Sounds like a good time.
The wait is over. Marijuana is now legal and available in Missouri to anyone over 21. And just like medical cannabis, the best resource for recreational marijuana is Relief Resources Dispensary. Experienced users will be blown away by our selection of over 600 products. And if you're trying marijuana for the first time, our famous patient care specialists can answer all your questions. They've even curated a special selection to make it easier to find the experience you're looking for. Good news for medical card patients, too. Unlike some dispensaries, Relief Resources Dispensary is not raising prices in anticipation of a shortage. We've stocked up and will even have a designated register exclusively for our medical patients. You can also save time ordering ahead online and using the drive-thru. Relief Resources Dispensary remains committed to being the #1 provider of alternative natural cannabis therapies to our medical patients. Relief Resources Dispensary in Grandview on 71 Highway at 140th Street and online at reliefmo.com.
Hi, Kansas City. Kevin Harlan here. I know being a champion means you're a leader in your field and you always rise above your competition. That's why when summer temperatures get extreme, our house has a Champion premium system that keeps my family comfortable and cool. Get peak performance in your home by finding a local Champion dealer at championhomecomfort.com. And don't forget to ask about our free 10-year parts and labor warranty. Always leading, never compromising. championhomecomfort.com.
This is Stephen St. John. QC Kinetics is in the business of giving people back their quality of life and providing much-needed relief for chronic joint pain. And not just providing that relief, but doing it in the most non-invasive way possible, using regenerative treatments from your body's own natural biologics. Where is your joint pain? In your knees, hips, shoulders, or back? Well, QC Kinetics concentrates these impactful treatments right at the source of your pain. And best of all, you walk into the office and walk right out after treatment. No surgery, no downtime, and patients are raving about the results. So what does living life to the fullest look like for you? Finally being able to play golf, hike, walk your dog, enjoy time with your family, whatever it is, don't wait one more day. Get started today with a call to QC Kinetics for your complimentary consultation. 816-412-6299, located off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's our Summer Lovin' event. This summer, come to Lee Summit Subaru and find out why we're Google's highest review rated and locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. And soak in the sunshine because your first maintenance is free. We'll Sure, I'll tell you more. This summer, every vehicle comes with our lifetime powertrain warranty. So put on your shades and fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
What's got everyone talking?
That would be Talk of the Town Neighborhood Bar and Grill on 135th and Null and 119th and Quivira.
What's got everyone talking?
Everyone's talking about our daily specials, the best burgers and wings in town, great selection of beer and spirits. Oh, it's the dozens of TVs showing your favorite game.
That's what's got everyone talking.
This is Giannis, and now we're talking at Talk of the Town Neighborhood Bar and Grill.
You're into sports, but nothing wrong with a little leisure time. Why not both?
You're going to have a heart attack by the time you're 40 if you don't learn to relax.
It's time for sports or leisure on The Zone with Jason Anderson.
All right, we'll continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Time for a little sports or leisure. Presented by Johnny's Tavern. $25 to Johnny's Tavern. We give away premier sports bar in Kansas City. 10 locations, KC, Topeka, and Lawrence. 913-810-810 is the phone number to play a little sports or leisure.
Or leisure.
Or leisure. So, yeah, Rob Manfred hasn't talked yet. But interested to hear what he actually says. How much of a threat there is to the Milwaukee City to relocate. So
we're not talking contraction. Remember that one?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No. Keep Kansas City Major League. Okay? Keep Kansas City Major League. The Brewers being threatened by, Milwaukee being threatened by Rob Manfred for relocation if they do not approve the renovation.
Manfred
$500
just
million.
knows how to do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you want somebody to really handle a big PR issue or something like that, or push something through, you get Rob Manfred to show up, you're going to get the citizens acting.
Yeah.
They are going to then,
I've been at one of those
mountains.
things. He kind of goes around to each city and usually is available. I've been to one of those once. It was, I can't remember what year it was. It was here.
Was it 06? Did he?
No, it was since then because that was Selig was then. Because I remember Bud Selig doing a similar thing before the renovation thing for the Royals.
Yeah,
and because they it was they were dangling the All-Star game.
Yeah, that's right.
They weren't dangling relocation at that point. They were past that. Contraction was about 99 or 2000, somewhere in there when the Royals didn't really have the ownership settled yet, and there was the pie's this big. Let's cut out the little baby parts of the pie that don't add.
Yep.
Chop it up more. It's like the Big 12 with 10 teams. Well, this is a big piece of pie. Here's this pie. Let's cut it 10 times, not 12.
Well, let's get a lower.
Now 14.
You can take a lower percentage of a whole lot more. Maybe that because talking about contraction. Now it's expansion. Now they're going to different cities. They're going to go to 32 teams eventually. So
there's been. I do think we'll get to sports or leisure. Call us. You want to play.
913. Couple people on hold right now, but a few open phone lines.
But we haven't had a lot of expansion in a while. Right, it's been a bit, except for MLS. I mean, they are just
they're
rolling it up, and now, the NFL could definitely expand to 40 teams if they wanted. People would love to have an NFL franchise, but they're not just going to go willy-nilly do that. Baseball has been steady since with the Marlins, right? No, Rays, and who was that?
And
bunch?
Marlins,
Diamondbacks, 98, right? So it's been a bit, and. So maybe it's time for them now.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time. There hasn't been an expansion basketball franchise in a while. It was at the Grizzlies.
Well, the Grizzlies were from Vancouver.
That was an expansion team in 95-ish or something.
And the Pelicans were from Charlotte. So,
I think 95 or so.
So probably Grizzlies coming in.
Hockey's kind of expanded, and then then they've had so much movement there.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, you're right. Bud Selig doing a little thing in Kansas City back in the day when renovations were going on. And, the small little difference being that they are not trying to build new. They're trying to renovate that. So it's really one county that you're really talking to. So if that county doesn't get it, then they're talking about Brewers leaving. So, hey, we need this county and these people to come up with a better deal for the Brewers,
Well,
or
the
they can
place is-
relocate.
it's ancient. It's so
yeah.
old.
Well, yeah, like 18 years or something. Whereas the Royals, it's like if they don't get a great deal from Jackson County, then Clay could offer them a better deal,
Another
or
state,
the Kansas
yeah,
side could
who
offer them a
knows?
better deal. Before it gets to the point of, well, we'll just leave and we'll go somewhere else because Nashville's getting a club. And I really do think that's the urgency that Rob Manfred has is we want to expand into different cities. We want to know what cities are going to be available to expand to because the A's are going to Vegas and Tampa needs to get their bleep figured out. And Milwaukee needs to get their bleep figured out. So if Milwaukee doesn't, then maybe that goes to Nashville. Now we go into a different city for expansion.
Well,
They're trying to get these
Oakland would be
stadium
available.
things done. Yes. They're trying to get these stadium things done before they really get into expansion. And I think that's the urgency he has with going to Milwaukee today and saying,
come on.
There are cities that we're going to put baseball teams in. Are the
You wanna be
Brewers
one of 'em?
Are the Brewers one of those
Well,
teams?
you would be here.
So 913-381-0810, playing some sports or leisure. Here's how you play. You give us a call. You get a sports question, you get a leisure question, you get them both right, you win. Get either of them wrong, you lose. Sorry, that's just what happens. The question is out there available for someone to call in and request. We do not give out the right answer until someone answers it correctly, or we have simply run out of time of playing sports or leisure today. And we give away $25 to Johnny's Tavern if you get the sports and the leisure question correct. The sports side categories, we've got NFL/NFL draft. We have Chiefs openers still from last week as the schedule being released a couple of weeks ago, but still Chiefs openers. We have Major League Baseball. We've got NBA/NBA draft. So NFL/NFL draft, NBA/NBA draft, Chiefs openers, and Major League Baseball. A lot of categories on the sports side. What about on the leisure side, Todd? What have you put together today?
I've got the pun name game.
Yeah.
So ready. Brand new category here that I worked on. Very difficult.
Yes.
Married for life. These all will have Mary at some point.
Yes,
in their
because
answer.
Josh got married
For life.
on Saturday. Well, that's what they say.
That's what it's
says,
forever.
sickness and in health till death do you part.
Yeah.
And they both said I do, so they said
I
it.
saw it happen.
They said it.
What could change?
Yeah.
Stop lying.
I just wonder if she's going to be there in the in sickness part. I just
She hasn't
wonder.
been so far.
Will she?
Well, not while they're married.
Will she? That's a good point. See, huh?
No, they're a wonderful couple.
Really,
Cute couple.
Really is, man.
And then commonly
Sickening.
misspelled word spelling bee.
Yeah. I mean,
First
it's-
word on it is commonly.
Oh, how about that? Yes.
Misspell. We had misspell last week, I think.
There might not be a better couple for what seems like the perfect match for each other than Josh and Renee. I give it 5 years. 913-3. I'm joking, Josh and Renee. You can't hear me anyway. You're like in London right now.
Oh, he's listening.
You think?
It's
You think he's listening on-
7:08 over there.
Is it a 6-hour difference?
Yeah,
I don't
6
know.
hour difference. He's over
7 o'clock
there.
in- They
Absolutely listening.
just got done with some dinner. He can't text, so he's been DMing me
Yeah.
on Twitter, different things, because he can't text, just like stuff with the show, because he's still working. Just joking.
We never stop
No,
working.
I sent him a text. I'm like, hey, has this person been talked about on the producer thread of going out and getting them? And then he sent me a DM. I can't send text for some reason, so he'll just be a DM me Twitter. Now that everybody knows that, we're ready to play sports or
Let's
leisure,
do
right?
it.
913-381-0810. I'm good to go. Todd, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Drake, you good to go?
Oh, okay.
All right.
At attention, ready
That's
to go.
Right. Let's go to Charles leads us off here on Sports Radio 810 WHB, 913-381-0810. Some sports or leisure on a Thursday. Charles, what side do you want to start with, sir? Sports or leisure?
Let's do some leisure.
Leisure first. All right, we have the pun name game, married for life, stop lying, and commonly misspelled word spelling bee.
Let's do the commonly misspelled.
Okay, let's just start at the top of the list here. Parliament.
Big Ben.
Because I think Josh is over there maybe going to visit Parliament, maybe.
He
Why
should.
not?
Can't get left.
Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
Parliament.
There you go. That is Funkadelic. Good job.
Nice job. On to the sports side. Charles, what category are you thinking? There's a lot of them, so I can go through them again if you need me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, NFL/NFL draft, NBA/NBA draft, Major League Baseball, and then Chiefs openers.
Let's try some MLB.
MLB, okay, so the Yordan Alvarez for the Houston Astros collected his 100th career home run in just the 372nd career game. That is the 5th fastest among players to debut since 1900. Can you name either of the two still active players that reached 100 home runs in fewer games than Alvarez has? It's the 5th fastest. There are 4 players that did it quicker. 2 of them still active players. And still mashing, by the way. Not still active as in like, he's just hanging around. Nope, these guys are premier home run hitters.
No, the one that sticks out is Judge from New York.
Is that your guess, Charles? Yeah, that's your guess. Is that your guess?
From what you're
That's your
saying,
guess?
I don't want to say that's my guess now.
I mean, I'm trying to get you to say that's your guess.
You might be misreading him.
Yes. Is that your guess?
Yeah, let's go with Judge.
Aaron Judge, correct. Well done. Nice job. Read me like a book. Aaron Judge did it in 371 games.
I've got a guess.
The number 1 fastest player all time.
Can I have a guess on it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pete Alonso up there?
Pete Alonso, 347.
He's the other active guy?
He's the fastest.
Yeah.
Fastest of the active players. The fastest of all time is actually retired player one Ryan Howard. Did it in only 325 games.
His last 325 games weren't as good as his
no,
first
his first ones. In
games.
fact, if my math is correct, his first 325 games, he hit 100 home runs.
Yeah.
That's what that tells me. And then Gary Sanchez did it in 355 games.
Gary Sanchez. Where's he now?
I have no idea. Did he sign a minor league deal somewhere or something like that?
He got released from San Francisco, didn't he?
Yeah, so maybe he signed like a minor league. So Ryan Howard, then Pete Alonso, then Gary Sanchez, then Aaron Judge, and now Yordan Alvarez. And Charles is a winner. And right out of the gates, walk off for a leadoff home run.
Good
Charles,
job.
put you on hold. Congratulations, sir. Well done. All right, 913-381-810. That question has been answered. We head back to the phone lines. $25, Johnny's Tavern. We're playing a little sports or leisure. Avery, next up on Sports Radio 810. Avery, sports or leisure, what side do you want to start with, bud?
Yeah, I think the Bobcats were the last expansion team.
Were they?
And then,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then they got changed to the Hornets when the
That's right.
Yeah, I got confused on that
Yeah, the
because they
Bobcats
left
to the
and then
Hornets.
they gave him one. What year was that? Would have been.
Well, it was early 2000. That,
probably like 2003 maybe.
yeah, the Hornets moved in early 2000 from Charlotte to New Orleans.
The Bobcats have made an impact on the league.
Have they? So much that I completely forgot that they were the Bobcats at one point, and now the Hornets? Completely forgot. Totally forgot about that whole Bobcats era. Oh, what a joke.
Yeah, those team histories are confusing. You look at like the Pelicans, like it's like I don't know. Anyway, I'll start with the NBA draft.
All right, NBA draft. Let's see. Where are we at here? There we go. Let's go with this. Since 2000, there have only been 2 non-Power 5/Power 6, the one in the Big East, 2 non-Power 5 conferences to have a player go number 1 overall. Name either of the players of a.
So at the time, Andrew Bogut for Utah.
That counts as Pac-12. So I would say current non-Power 5 schools still to have a number 1 draft pick. 2 of them since 2000.
But like not like a foreigner or a high schooler. Like
nope.
I had to go to school.
Specific
You went to
college.
school or the name or the player, either one.
Either one, yeah. If you get the school, you probably get the player. But yeah, either one.
Okay, and all right, and it's where they currently are. Yeah, so okay, so not like Bogut.
Yeah, not Bogut.
Bogut doesn't.
So
Okay.
currently in the
non-Power
5/6.
Number 1 overall.
Mm-hmm.
Got any like hints?
Neither of these players went to a Power 5 school.
Oh, that's actually a really good hint.
They were both drafted number 1 overall. Actually, you know what? One of them was, had a local connection to a degree, sort of like a couple, degrees of Kevin Bacon. And another one is very forgettable That it's like, oh yeah, I can't even believe.
Oh yeah, Anthony Bennett
Yes.
from the Canadian guy. Okay.
UNLV. Yeah, UNLV,
Yeah.
Anthony Bennett. The other one, want to throw a dart as to who the other one is?
I got to guess.
Who's your guess, Todd? Because he only had to get one.
Olowokandi?
Uh-uh.
No, that was like 99 or something,
Oh, that was
right?
99.
Yep. Derrick Rose, Memphis.
Oh, Memphis.
D. Rose
Oh.
and
So
Memphis.
tell me this though. So this took to 2000. Kenyon Martin was number one, and that's Cincinnati. Are you calling
That
them
was-
a Power 5 team right now? Because they don't join this league until July 1st.
No. But I think it was after Kenyon Martin that I was looking at it.
Yeah, 'cause
and,
I think
and
he
going
was
back,
2000,
So yeah. So Anthony Bennett,
Derrick
UNLV,
Rose.
and Derrick Rose at Memphis. What about leisure, Avery? What category you like?
We'll do that Mary one.
Okay, Mary, let's go right to the top here. This movie included a serial killer, pimples on someone's eyes, a stuffed dog, beans above the Frank, and a cameo from Brett Favre.
There's something about Mary.
There you go.
That's right. Yes, that's right. How'd you get the beans above the Franks? I didn't do it on purpose.
Ouch.
I don't know.
Is it the Franks or the beans?
All of it.
Look, it's both.
Frank and beans. He was my.
We have that drop.
7-minute abs.
Yes.
It's like, well, if somebody comes up with 6-minute abs. No, 7's the number. You can't even get a sweat going in 6 minutes.
Can't.
Not even a mouse on a wheel. Seven's a mad. Seven chipmunks twirling on a branch, eating lots of sunflowers on my uncle's ranch. You know the old nursery rhyme from the sea.
The one.
Step into my office. Why? Because you're getting fired. That's why. Okay. I've never seen the movie.
Never.
I've heard it's good, though.
Not even once.
I've heard it's good. Avery will put you on hold, get your information. Congrats, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Look at that. See, it's that easy.
It's
that
simple.
easy. That easy. So it's Anthony Bennett, Derrick Rose, and something about Mary. So
Three things that go together.
that's right. That is right. All right, 913-381-0810. We go to the phone lines and we bring in Patrick to the show for $25 to Johnny's Tavern. Sports or leisure, Patrick? What side would you like to start with?
I'm going to start with leisure.
Okay, pun name game. Married for life. Stop lying or commonly misspelled spelling bee.
Yeah,
One more time.
The pun name game. It's like a little before and after category. Married for life. This is something, the Mary is going to be part of the answer. Commonly misspelled words, you actually have to spell it. And stop lying. These have to do with the Lions or the word lion in there because the Chiefs are playing the Lions to open the season.
Started Mary.
I think the Mary
That's
is
actually
the
not the
easiest
question.
ones.
So I think getting picking a category might be
Yeah,
the
this is
winning
tough.
answer.
If
Just
you
picking the category is like, yes, you did it.
Very tough.
You did it.
Leisure?
I think the Mary ones are eminently gettable.
I do too. I didn't spend a whole lot of time. You didn't spend a whole lot of time brainstorming on the
We didn't make
Marys.
them too hard.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to pass.
No, you want to do a
So you want
Mary
to
for
go
life
sports or you want to go leisure? Or what do you want to do?
I think it's
yeah,
misunderstanding. Let's do. I'll do a Mary question for you.
Yeah,
Okay,
do a
I'll
Mary
make the
question.
decision for
Okay,
you.
okay.
Mary, quite
It
contrary.
might be the hair of the dog, the starter to a tailgate, or just to hang out with friends at brunch. A drink
Yeah,
is a what?
that's an easy one. It's a layup.
Mimosa?
No, Patrick, damn it, Patrick. Patrick. Thank you for playing, Patrick. I appreciate it, sir. See, we're all the better for it. We're all the better for it with Patrick. You know what? Without Patrick, we wouldn't be having fun. See, everybody's a part of the community. Patrick made the show
I'm
better.
gonna tell you again. The category
Patrick made the show better.
is married for life. So the word Mary appears
Yes.
in the answers.
That question is out there if anybody
There's
wants to call
something
in
about
and request.
orange juice.
There is something.
Something about champagne.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Patrick. See, show's better
Hey,
with Patrick.
it's better. Love it.
All right, let's go to Andrew next up on Sports Radio 810
Is this
WHB.
Andrew Bogut?
Andrew, it might be. He'd be like, no, I did not play for a Power 5 school, actually. Thank you. Andrew, sports or leisure, what side do you want to start with?
How about Bloody Mary?
Okay, there we go.
What's crazy is that I had already had these questions, and then Drake and I were talking about saying Bloody Mary into a mirror, like right before we played Sports or Leisure. Just happened to do that on the air.
And here we go.
So have you ever done that, Todd?
Everyone has said this now except for Patrick.
That's
show.
true.
Everyone said Bloody
Everybody
Mary.
said Bloody Mary except for Patrick.
I never did that with the mirror.
You never?
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
So you have whoa! What are you, crazy? Seriously, you don't just play around with that. All right, on to the sports side. We've got NFL/NFL draft, NBA/NBA draft. We have Major League Baseball and Chiefs openers.
Oh, let's go NBA draft.
All right, NBA draft. Name either of the two coaches to produce a top 5 pick at 3 different schools.
Oh.
Name either of the two college coaches to produce a top 5 pick at 3 different schools. 3 different schools. Not just 3 different top 5 picks. 3 schools, a top 5 pick. 2 coaches have actually done it.
We're looking for a college coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I gotta get both of them?
No, either one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, getting both of them would be tough because
yeah.
one of them is
kind of
a surprise. One of them's kind of obvious. One of them's a surprise.
Yeah.
But I guess
the obvious one would be, God, I just don't know if.
Obvious is a relative term.
Obviously, he did it at Kentucky and Memphis. But I don't know if he did it at where was it? Original UMass or something.
I know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna go Coach Cal.
Yeah, Calipari is one of them. Well done, John Calipari.
Who was
Marcus
the guy
Camby? Probably Camby.
Marcus
right?
Camby.
Yeah.
Yep. Marcus Camby, Derek Rose, and then
there's
every
he
UK
says-
player.
yeah,
all of the UK players. The other coach, you have any idea, Todd, who it is?
I was just racking my brain. Patino didn't do that.
No, it is
a long time ago.
That would have been my other guess.
Incredibly surprising.
How long ago are we talking about?
His third one was just a couple of years ago.
Just a couple of years ago. Who's a moving shaker?
What's his name? Larry Brown.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Danny Manning, I guess that was the only one.
Tom Crean.
Oh yeah.
D Wade.
Wow.
Victor Oladipo at Indiana,
some dude
and
from
Anthony
Georgia?
Edwards at Georgia.
Some dude at Georgia.
Tom Crean and John Calipari are the only coaches at 3 different schools that
Made
have
a
top
huge
5
difference
pick.
at Georgia. They
Yes, that's exactly right. Anthony Edwards at Georgia. Oladipo was the one that was like, did Zeller, Oladipo, both of them go in the top 5?
Oladipo went top 5. Wow.
Yeah, and then Dwayne Wade went top 5 as well. People remember that one.
I remember him.
All right, that is a winner. That's a Bloody Mary and a John Calipari.
Good
so,
job.
Nice job, Andrew. We'll put you on hold. Congratulations. Well done. Boy, we are just giving away. We're just giving away. We might as well just say, hey, call up, say something about Mary, and then you're going to get $25.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
3 out of 4.
We're
the one was something.
We're batting 750. You know what? Our batting average right now is almost what Drew Waters had in his last 7 games in Omaha.
There you go.
Who is expected to be called up tomorrow since Nate Eaton has been optioned to AAA. We will take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue playing some sports or leisure. 913-381-0810. $25 to Johnny's Tavern on the line. Get a sports question, get a leisure question right. You win. More Zone right after this.
Want to see more of The Zone?
Drink responsibly.
NBA coming up tonight, 7:30. Celtics and Heat. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Gabe Vincent out for the Heat for Game 5. Big news there, so we'll see if the Celtics can force a Game 6 in this best-of-7 series. 3-1 leading Miami Heat. We go back to the phone lines and continue playing some sports or leisure. $25 to Johnny's Tavern in Sports or Leisure, 913-381-810. Let's bring in Matt, who's next up to play Sports or Leisure. Matt, what side do you want to start with, Sports or Leisure?
Let's try the Mary category.
Mary. This will be a new question. You can't just answer.
Yeah, because Bloody Mary already.
Okay, here we go. This one. I'm going to skip the second. The number 7 looks a little harder. I'm going to go easier. I'm going to go easier here. Okay, Joe Smith was a perfect name for a player to go number 1 overall in the NBA draft from this place, considering its location and history.
Does that make sense, Todd?
Yeah, a little bit. You know who Joe Smith is?
Yeah.
Where'd he go to college? Basically is what we're saying. And what's the category?
Gotcha. How about University of Maryland?
There you go.
These are very difficult. I know. Yeah. These are very tough. Mimosa. Mimosa's the answer to that one.
It's mimosa.edu. You can check their course catalog.
You know, the original colonies, there was a lot of Joe Smiths around there. A lot of Joe Smiths hanging out there. So there you go. That
could have been the NBA draft category, too.
It could have. That's right.
Had all of it for you.
Who was the coach then for Joe Smith? That wasn't...
He sweated all the time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was Gary Williams still there?
Gary Williams was still there?
I think he was there. I think he was before Gary. Yeah, but it was Joe Smith. Yeah, I think Gary was there.
Okay.
Sweating through sport
Lots
coats.
of shirts, sport coats, and Buzz Williamsing it. All right, on to the sports side, Matt. We got NFL/NFL draft, NBA/NBA draft, Major League Baseball, and Chiefs openers.
Let's try Chiefs openers.
All right, Chiefs openers. Let's go with this one. 2 players in Chiefs history have a multi-sack game to open the season multiple times. Does that make sense? 2 different players have a game in which they've had more than 1 sack multiple times as a season opener for the Chiefs.
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay.
Not home opener, just season opener.
Yep, just season opener. Yep, doesn't have to be at home. Just first game of the season. 2 different players have multiple games to start the season with more than 1 sack.
I feel like there's some obvious names here.
I think there's one. At least I think there are some obvious names. I think there's one.
Okay,
very obvious.
Derek Thomas.
DT is one of them. He did it 2 times, and the other player that did it actually 3 times for the Chiefs.
How many? Just 2 sacks?
Just as 2 sacks in 1 season opener.
Didn't Chris Jones do this against the Browns a couple years ago? Or he had just 1 big one.
Why don't you let Matt answer it?
Oh, he needs to get 2 of them?
It's not Chris Jones, though.
Okay.
I can tell you that. It's not Chris Jones. I promise you that. In fact, he's not on the Chiefs team currently, although he's not far removed. That's also not Frank Clark. To say that, I don't want to give you a hint where it's like makes it seem, oh, it's Frank Clark. It's not Frank Clark. No, I didn't mean postseason openers. Postseason openers would be awesome. Derek Thomas and this person who did it 3 times in his Chiefs career. Multiple sacks to open the season. The only reason I asked for both is because DT seemed like the free square, right?
Oh, I wasn't listening when you said both. I shouldn't have talked.
You're fine.
I gave him a hint, though.
You told him it wasn't Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Matt, you want to throw a dart as to who the...
Sounds like it's recent-ish then.
Recent-ish?
Yeah.
But not Frank Clark or Chris Jones?
Yes, I can picture him, and I am drawing a blank on his name.
Is his last name a city?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
giving hints out like nobody's business.
No,
now.
right? My goodness. Right? Well, this just in.
Do we have a problem here?
Oh, yeah. Well, we might. This just in, we have a problem.
Oh, Got it. Justin Houston.
Hey, all right, that was easy. You got there all by yourself.
No help.
You got there all by yourself. You just knew that one right off the top of your head. How about that? Well done, Matt. Nice.
That's right.
Nailed it.
Is that that's both?
That's it,
Sports and leisure, right? That's Joe Smith, Derek Thomas, and Justin Houston. Well
Got
done. Matt, we'll put you on hold and get your information. Congratulations, sir. $25, Johnny's Tavern.
Had it the whole way.
We're going to put Johnny's out of business. We're going to put Johnny's Tavern
They
out.
want people coming in.
They are just going to just giving away. Just giving away the farm.
They
That's
love
what
it.
we're doing. Justin Houston and Derek Thomas. Not Chris Jones, though.
No.
Not Chris Jones. Not Frank Clark.
Chris Jones had that.
Not Dee Ford?
The Browns game, I know he had a big sack in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he maybe pressured where it turned into a pick or something.
Yeah. Well, there was the was a pressure, and then Sorensen grabbed Baker Mayfield's legs.
Yeah,
and then
there
Mayfield
was
threw it to Breland.
Yeah.
Who told everybody how great the play it was that he made. Well,
One
I
of
mean,
those.
it's a great play. Obviously, I made a great play, but there are other guys on the field too. That was a great answer by Breland. Good for you. I mean, it's obvious I did make a great play, yes,
Obviously.
but there are other players that helped out with the great play that I made. Let's go to Craig next up on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Craig, sports or leisure, what side would you like to start with, sir?
Well, he stole my last answer,
Oh.
but that's all right. Whatever you got.
Well, we got sports or leisure. What side first, and then we'll tell you what we got in categories.
I tell you what, I'd like to go with what kind of cigarette Lebo smoked last weekend.
That was a Parliament. See? Thanks for listening to all the shows. You could have spelled it.
I know.
You're listening all day. That's good.
At a house party.
Yeah.
Craig, we got to get you a winner here. Come on, man.
All right, I lose every time, so
I know.
just fire away.
Think you're 0 for 6. You want to start with leisure first?
Yes.
Okay. What category?
No.
I think you'll do this married. I'll give you a Mary one, okay?
All right.
You understand that Mary's going to be in the name, the answer.
It's a
okay?
very easy category. It's
A,
very
a perfect 10 and a gold medal secured by the vault. A star was born in the Olympics in L.A. in 1984.
Mary Lou Retton.
There we
see,
go.
you did it, Craig. Nice job.
Nailed it.
These are very difficult questions.
I heard she smoked Parliaments.
Did she really?
I don't think she smoked.
Oh, wow. How about that? I heard she knows Big Ben. All right, on to the sports side, sir. We got Chiefs openers. We've got Major League Baseball. Then we've got NBA.
openers.
Chiefs openers. Okay, very good. There are 3 rookie running backs to gain at least 100 yards rushing in a season opener. Name them.
All of them.
Yeah.
Oh, all of them?
I know one of
3
them.
rookie running backs to pick up a 100-yard rushing game or more in a season opener. Not have to be a home opener.
Not a home opener.
But
season
a season
opener.
opener.
First game of the year.
Damian Lewis.
Nope, that is
No.
Craig, that is incorrect.
I don't even know who that is.
Nope, Damian Lewis did not do that.
Mary Lou Retton.
And Mary Lou Retton.
Whatever that, the dude from, oh.
I don't think you're going to get all 3 of these.
Yeah, it's not Damian Williams either. In fact, it's no Damian. Yep, no. It's not
Joe Delaney.
No, it's not Joe Delaney. Nope, it's not Joe Delaney. Craig, thank you for playing, man. As always, we are going to get you a win eventually. I promise you. We're going to get there. You will get a win.
Keep trying.
Thank you, sir. That's right. Accidentally put him on hold. Huh?
That was a
Didn't
hard
do
one.
that. Yep.
3 answers. He was right on it by saying someone I've never heard of.
Damian Lewis.
He put some people together, I think.
I don't know who Damian Lewis is. I think. Did he put Albert Lewis and Damian Williams together?
I don't know who he put together, but I don't think that's a Chiefs running back that I've ever heard of.
Oh, it's Damian Lewis is from.
Is that the actor?
Yeah, Billions.
Billions and Homeland.
And Homeland, yeah. I know him so much more from Homeland.
And
but
Band of Brothers.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think he ever did that. Not for the Chiefs. And maybe he did it at some other club.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, let's see. He's from
England.
He's from England.
Big American football fan there.
Yeah. Early life. See.
You have to click on NFL career.
Yeah.
It's not on there.
Okay, so he made lots of visits to the U.S. to visit relatives. Decided to become an actor at age 16.
No mention of his NFL exploits.
No, nothing. Not any sports whatsoever. He looks like he's pretty athletic.
Yeah, he's super athletic, yeah.
He looks like he could be.
Bobby Axelrod. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's right.
He wanted to buy an NFL team in Billions.
Yeah. Did he return to Billions? I haven't seen the last 2
I
stopped watching when he left, actually.
Yeah. You need Bobby.
Yep. his wife, who I know from Peaky Blinders, who
away.
passed away, and he decided he was going to not work anymore.
That's when he came to the NFL. And
See?
got his 100 yards.
Then you switch over to the NFL. A lot of people don't realize that.
That's been a COVID year. We weren't watching. I don't know.
We weren't, but he did get an extra year of eligibility in
Yes,
college.
he's good.
Even though he didn't actually go to college. And we all got an extra year of eligibility
Why
in
not?
college, so everybody gets retroactively. All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue playing some Sports or Leisure. 913-381-810 is the phone number. Sports or Leisure presented by Johnny's Tavern. $25 at Johnny's Tavern. We give away more right after this. It's The Zone on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Take the show with you by listening live on 810WHB.com.
That just come out?
Evidently, I just saw it online, yeah.
Wow.
Huge news.
Oscar Mayer dropping a wiener.
To be very frank.
To be frank, yeah. So there's no longer going to be, at least by name, a wiener driving around with Oscar Mayer.
No, they're
It's
going to
just
call
gonna
them
be-
Frank Mobiles now.
It's not the Wienermobile, it's a Frankmobile. So,
Which pulls into our parking lot at least once a week, right? The Frank
Yeah.
Mobile?
Yeah.
the Frankmobile, yeah.
It's got a dent in the back of it.
Speaking of a wiener, Frank is what they're calling that now. So there you go. There's big news. Big news. 913-381-810-810, playing a little sports or leisure. 913-381-810, $25 to Johnny's Tavern. Ryan next up on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Ryan, sports or leisure, what side do you want to start with?
What was that last Chiefs question?
The last Chiefs question was...
The rushers.
Oh, yeah, the 3 rookie running backs to gain 100 yards or more in a season opener. There are 3 of them. Damian Lewis is not one of them. In case you were going to guess that one. You can have that one. We've got fresh questions of different categories in Chiefs openers.
Try Jamal Charles.
Jamal Charles was not one of them.
No.
Not Jamal Charles. Ryan, thank you for playing, man. I appreciate it. 913-381-810 is the phone number.
He didn't get on the field right away.
We've got Jamal Charles and Damian Lewis. Neither of them gained 100 yards in their rookie.
Or Mary Lou Retton or Damian Lewis. Yeah.
None.
Or Mimosa.
None.
None of them. Let's go to T-Box. Next up on Sports Radio 810 WHB, a little sports or leisure. T-Box, what side do you want to start with?
How about one of those easy Mary questions?
Yeah, those are.
I'm running out of easy Mary questions. They're getting harder. Okay.
I think they're pretty
Give
easy.
me a Frank question then.
I don't have a Frank one. This Mary one's.
Yeah, they're easy enough.
This is easy enough. If you don't have time, you could always use this herb while cooking almost any kind of meat.
This herb.
Herb.
Mm-hmm. Not Herb Brooks. If you don't have time.
Marinade? I mean, I don't know any herbs that you can begin with marinade.
Or I'll say it a different way with the same answer. This 70s horror movie was the baby was the spawn of Satan.
This aromatic herb is an ingredient for a lot of different.
It doesn't have to begin with Mary; it just has to contain.
It just contains Mary.
Parsley, sage.
Time.
That one's too tough. Could I try another one?
That one's too tough, T-Box.
The Exorcist is the only one I can think of.
Well, you don't put the Exorcist in your meat.
Okay.
No. Oh, I know. Yeah, I can't think of an herb. I don't know.
All right, well, this is you want a Mary one or you want something else? You want to spell a word? What do you want to do?
Sure, I'll do a Mary one.
All right, the only other Mary one is Gales, Mark Tian, Matthew Dellavedova, and Patty Mills.
That's the question.
Went to this school.
I'll try St. Mary's.
There you go.
Nice job. Yeah, St. Mary's, the Gales. Mark Tian went there. He's very proud of his St. Mary's Gales. And Matthew Dellavedova went there. Very proud of his St. Mary's Gales. And, of course, Patty Mills. Everybody remembers that, right?
Yeah.
On to the sports side, T-Box. Also, that herb question is out there if someone calls in and requests for the Mary category. T-Box, what do you want on the sports side, sir?
Oh, I just realized what the herb is.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. I won't say it.
Don't
no,
say it.
No. I'll be a smart guy. I'm pretty sure that Edwards Hilaire did it. I'm real sure Kareem Hunt did it.
Uh-huh.
And I think the other one was Okoye.
Nice job, T-Box. Well done. Okoye, Kareem, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire all gained at least 100 yards as a rookie running back. T-Box will put you on hold, get your information. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. 913-381-810.
We only have one Mary question left, and it's
that's
already been asked.
Already asked and out there. So I think one of the easier ones, too. In fact,
super easy now.
We've
given you 2 questions.
All of them were incredibly
Actually got 3.
easy.
And we sang a song, we gave a movie, and then we gave the herb question.
And even the herb with, time just spelled differently.
Yeah.
Let's go to Steve next up on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Steve, sports or leisure, what side do you want to start with?
Let's go leisure.
Okay, we've got that Mary question. We've got the pun name game. We've got the misspelled. You have to spell a word. And we've got The one about lions.
Can we go a new question?
Yeah, we can go new question. I don't have another Mary question, but I can give you. You want to do a pun name game question? These are fun. Or you want to spell a word? What do you want to do here?
Let's go pun name.
Okay. This new Chiefs receiver is known for making big catches. It could be a result of his sticky fingers after eating this treat made from marshmallows and dried cereal. I like this one. The Chiefs You know who the Chiefs drafted their first wide receiver they picked this year?
Chiefs receiver.
TCU.
SMU, close enough.
SMU.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's his name?
Reeves.
No, I don't think we're going to get there on this one.
It's not big country either.
We're going to keep hinting him here?
I'll let you throw a dart.
Give you another guess. His name is Rasheed, and his last name starts with an R.
That's right. It's an alliteration.
It's also a school in Texas.
That is true. And a great wide receiver, formerly.
Rice.
Okay, Rasheed Rice. And then you take Rice and what's marshmallowy treat?
So before and after.
Marshmallows?
Rice. Rice Krispie treat.
There you go, Rasheed.
But we need the whole thing.
You got to say it all together.
Say the whole thing, or we can't move you on to sports, sir.
Say it all together. Say Rasheed.
S'mores. Rice Krispie treat.
It's Rasheed Rice Krispie treats. Let him go. Go to sports. No, he's good. He's good.
Rasheed Rice Krispie treat.
There you go.
Yeah. He did it. All right. We need to get you some more of questions here on the sports side, sir. We got Chiefs openers, Major League Baseball, NBA draft, NFL draft. What do you think?
Let's go NBA.
NBA for you. All right. Let's go with okay, here we go. Go with this one. Nikola Jokic recorded his 8th triple-double of the playoffs. It's the most in a single postseason in NBA history. Name any of the 3 players behind Jokic for triple-doubles in a single postseason. LeBron is not one of them.
Of course he's not.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't guess
he's
LeBron.
Too selfish.
That is true. So any of
Magic Johnson.
There you go. Magic Johnson had 6. So there you go. That's a winner for Steve. The most all-time triple-doubles in a single postseason is now Jokic with 8, but it was Wilt with 7.
Yeah.
Magic and Draymond Green tied at 6.
Wow.
So how about that? Steve, we'll put you on hold. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
913
Draymond Green has 6 triple-doubles in a postseason.
In a single postseason. Not even just overall. In one single postseason.
I'm guessing they weren't as impressive as Jokic's.
No.
They're probably like 10, 11, and 10.
10, something like that.
With somehow their personal fouls and technicals.
That's right, yes. It's like a Chiefs Thursday practice, whatever, the 10, whatever those things are called. All right, let's go to Mel next up on Sports Radio 810. Mel, sports or leisure? What side do you want to start with?
Leisure.
You want that Mary question?
Yes, maybe. I got my wife with me now.
All right, so you don't have time. If you don't have time, you could always use this herb while cooking most any type of meat. Or we sang parsley, sage, and thyme, and we said there was a horror movie about a baby. It was the devil's child.
Rosemary.
There we go, rosemary.
Rosemary, that's right. On to the sports side, what do you think? What category are you thinking?
The easiest.
All right, Mel. Let's. The same Chiefs player holds the Chiefs record for rushing yards and rushing touchdowns in a season opener. Who is it?
Oh.
The most rushing yards in a season opener and the most rushing touchdowns in a season opener.
Is
Same
it
player.
the same game?
Not same game.
Not the same
Two
game.
different games.
Not the same game.
Nope.
Hold on, they're getting ready to leave. All right. Jamal Charles.
Jamal Charles is incorrect. Mel. No. Sorry, Hunter. We don't have time to get to you. I apologize.
Who's the answer?
The answer is Priest Holmes.
Priest.
He had 151 yards versus Denver in 2004, and he had 4 touchdowns against Cleveland in 2002.
I don't think I had anything else outstanding.
I don't.
We killed the Mary category, though. It's gone.
Yeah, we killed Mary.
It took some work, but we got there.
I'm trying to think. Do I have anything outstanding? No,
I don't think so.
I got all the questions answered as well. Well done, everybody. Nice job.
Yeah.
Nice job. Got mimosas against s'mores. Mimosas and s'mores.
Travel safely. You're going to Louisville. We'll be at Smoke and Fire tomorrow.
That's right.
Live.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it. The program with Frin Petro up next. NBA Eastern Conference Finals, Game 5 tonight on 810.
Hey, it's Todd Lebo. Come check us out Friday at Smoke and Fire's new location at 119th and Metcalf in Rosanna Square. They've got some great specials going on. If you purchase a grill, you'll get a free cover on top of a great sale price. All fireplace and barbecue accessories will be 25% off. Fire tables 15% off. PK charcoal grills and Camp Chef pellet grills are on sale as well. PK grills are awesome. Jim still has a PK grill his dad bought when Jim was just 9 years old. Also, Kamado Joe Classic 2 grills are on sale, $100 off. So stop by Smoke and Fire.